Chapter 8:11. Female Literature, Die. Die under this green lotus. Ghostface screamed viciously in his heart. At this moment, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness shook. The bright moon above his sea of consciousness emitted endless brilliance, as powerful and terrifying as the blazing sun. Haha, I want to know if a dead soul like you can withstand Su Yan's power. At this moment, his heart was blazing. However, Ghostface's laughter came to a halt in the next scene. Because at this moment, he realized that Su Yan's power didn't move at all. Su Yan didn't attack the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. Damn it, why is this happening? This power didn't counterattack directly. What's the meaning of this? Ghostface really couldn't understand. He knew that once the power invaded the Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan's vision would definitely counterattack. This was a kind of instinct to protect oneself. However, he soon realized that it wasn't that Su Yan's power didn't move, but that the powerful Flame Demon Emperor had directly frozen Su Yan's power. Such a powerful Flame Demon Emperor. Ghostface was furious. He immediately said, "Bingju, Darkness Holy Man, I'll completely release you now. Kill this Flame Demon Emperor for me." According to what you said, you should be mortal enemies with him. This guy is now entangled with Su Yan's vision in the Sea of Consciousness. It's a good opportunity for you to attack. At this moment, he activated his power and immediately released the power that was suppressing Bingju and Darkness Holy Man. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man and Bingju were immediately overjoyed. Our chance has come. We've waited for so long for this moment. We can finally escape. Next, it's time for us to live together. These two were the last existences left in this world by the great demon god Bingju. At this moment, they finally obtained their freedom. At this moment, their ambitions began to swell. One had to know that they weren't weak. Although Darkness Holy Man's power had been weakened, he still had the power of a holy man in the past. Su Yan, you've trapped us for so long. Do you really think you've become our master? Today is the day of your complete annihilation due to internal and external troubles. After they escaped, they were originally attached to Su Yan's body. The two wheels slowly moved and finally occupied Su Yan's body. However, they did not expect the Godslayer sword to enter Su Yan's body directly. Under the pressure of the Godslayer sword, they were unable to use their powers. So, Su Yan immediately seized the opportunity and suppressed the two people. To them, this was an unimaginable hatred. At this moment, not only did they want to kill Su Yan, but Grimace as well. After all, these two people were the same person, and they were not kind people. Of course, this Balrog also had to be killed. This was the soul of the Balrog overlord. If they could devour it, their strength would definitely increase tremendously. Grimace actually wanted to use them to achieve his own goals. This guy who was born out of nowhere was really too ignorant. His actions were simply asking a tiger for its skin. Since he wanted to die, then he should die now. Bingju, first destroy Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Darkness Holy Man said directly. After all, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness was everything. If his Sea of Consciousness still existed, then they would be in danger once the Balrog overlord was killed. There was naturally no mistake in such a strategy. Alright, then, I'll go and slash the green lotus. You go and destroy the bright moon. This way, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness will immediately be severely damaged. The two people directly went towards the green lotus and the bright moon. At this moment, Grimace also realized that something was wrong with these two guys. He immediately shouted, "You two are really despicable. Are you actually trying to betray me?" These two guys were released by Grimace, but at this time, they actually chose to betray him. This made Grimace extremely angry. His consciousness also wanted to break in, but unfortunately, the Balrog overlord was directly suppressing it, making it impossible for him to move at all. Haha, betrayal? You stupid thing, are you trying to make me laugh my head off? Who do you think you are? You actually want us to be loyal to you. Since you've already released our restraints, then it's time for us to kill you directly. No matter what, you're actually Su Yan. As long as it's related to Su Yan, then it will all be destroyed. Bingju's voice was so arrogant at this time. He believed that under the restraint of the Balrog overlord, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the Green Lotus. At this time, Darkness Holy Man had already rushed to the bright moon. Bing Ju, do it? Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were telepathically connected. At this time, the two of them felt that the time was right. They did not hesitate and immediately attacked. For this moment, Darkness Holy Man shared his strength with Bing Ju. They wanted to directly take down Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness with a single attack. Unfortunately, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong last time. It turns out that Grimace woke the two of you up. If you had continued to lie dormant and waited for the next opportunity, there might have been a chance for you to turn the tables. But to jump out at this time, you're just a bunch of clowns. Since you've appeared at this time, I'll refine you in one fell swoop. This was Su Yan's voice. It was so cold and filled with endless killing intent. Su Yan. When they heard this voice, both Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were shocked. Then, Bing Ju directly shouted, "Don't hesitate, he's just putting on an act." At this moment, there was no way out. If they could not directly defeat and kill Su Yan, they would be the ones to die after giving Su Yan a chance to breathe. Perhaps because he had thought this through, Bing Ju directly threw away all his worries. Then let's do it. The two of them directly released their strength at almost the same time. The extremely terrifying pressure directly fell, causing both the Green Lotus and the bright moon to tremble at the same time. But at this time, a cold, angry shout directly sounded, How stubborn. Do you think that I, Su Yan, am an empty fort? Then I'll let you know how powerful I am. You're the malignant tumor in my body. Normally, I can't do anything about it when you're hiding. But now that you've jumped out at this time, you can die. In an instant, the vision that should have been annihilated by the two of them suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful power. The terrifying power directly attacked Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju. Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju's expression changed immediately. Damn it, you're putting on an act. You're not suppressed by the ghost face at all. They thought that Su Yan was at the end of his rope, so they directly jumped out at this time to beat him while he was down. However, they did not expect that Su Yan was completely unscathed at this time. If they did not jump out at this time, it would have been fine. But now that they stood out at this time, they immediately faced a counterattack. However, these two people were born from the body of great demon god Bing Ju, so they naturally integrated the boundless ferocity of great demon god Bing Ju. At this time, an extremely blazing power directly rolled up. Su Yan, don't be too careless. Even if you're just putting on an act, so what? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Even if my cultivation realm has been reduced, I'm at least once a Dao Master. You can't imagine the means of a Dao Master. As he spoke, a change happened to Darkness Holy Man, and an extremely complicated mark began to appear. This mark seemed to contain extremely profound principles, and was the most mysterious thing in this world. It was a Dao mark. It was Darkness Holy Man's Dao mark. Dao marks could be said to be the evolution of laws, and their power was incomparably powerful. At this time of crisis, he directly evolved the Dao mark, which played the role of deciding the outcome of the battle. He wanted to defeat Su Yan directly with this blow. Darkness Holy Man, you're really good at hiding. Last time, you actually had a counterattack, but you hid it and only used it now. But do you really think that you have victory in your hands by using the Dao mark? No, you're simply too naive. At this time, the dead soul of the Flame Demon Emperor in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness suddenly moved. That body suddenly split into several streams of light, and then smashed into Darkness Holy Man's body. Darkness Holy Man was immediately horrified. How is this possible? Why would the dead soul of the Flame Demon Emperor choose to help you? Even at this time, he still couldn't understand. Shouldn't the Flame Demon Emperor and Su Yan be opposing each other? But at this time, the Flame Demon Emperor actually helped Su Yan. At this time, he was actually unable to fully activate his Dao mark. After all, he was no longer the Dao Master of the past. The reason why he didn't use it when the Godslayer sword suppressed him last time was because he couldn't use it freely at that time. Of course, He also wanted to use a fatal blow at the most critical time. After all, he expected that the moment the Dao mark appeared, it would be the time to reverse the situation. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan actually had the strength to fight back at this time. What was even more unexpected was that the flame demon would actually cooperate with Su Yan and launch a direct attack on him. At this time, he almost didn't even have the strength to resist. The flame of the flame demon emperor was really terrifying. It was a flame that was even more terrifying than the fire dragon. Su Yan's scarlet spirit fire was transmitted from the blazing flame world back then. Chapter 8:12. Female literature. Until now, they still did not understand why Su Yan and the Balrog King could reach an agreement and even join forces in the end. The most important thing was actually the scarlet spirit fire. Back then, the blazing inferno world could be called the home of flames. There were countless powerful flames gathered there. In the 9 states, many powerful flames were actually spread from the blazing inferno world. However, there were too many people who did not know about this. The Balrog King not only felt the aura of the great demon god on Su Yan, but also the aura of the scarlet spirit fire. Therefore, he started to communicate with Su Yan. This communication was a turning point of fate for Su Yan. It turned out that he was indeed in danger. If things continued to develop according to the script, he would very likely be devoured by these two guys. This was a huge disaster for Su Yan. Fortunately, after the Balrog King felt the aura of the scarlet spirit fire, he actually took the initiative to communicate with Su Yan. His power directly suppressed the powerful Ghostface. In this way, Ghostface could not detect that Su Yan's own consciousness had been awakened. He still thought that he had a firm grasp of victory at this time. As long as he acted according to his plan, Su Yan's final fate could already be imagined. Unfortunately, although Ghostface was powerful, his intelligence was not as good as Su Yan's. Another point was that he was too arrogant and overconfident. He took it for granted that he had everything under control. However, he did not know that even Darkness Lord and Bing Ju had their own ideas. These were all internal and external troubles. At this time, these things were directly exposed, and he was immediately caught unprepared. Su Yan's power was so strong and so domineering at this moment. If one had to use a word to describe him at this time, it would be the return of the king. Darkness Lord, Bing Ju, today is the time of your complete death. When you entered my body because of the situation, you already had your own plans. People like you are just evil guests. Now that you've bared your fangs, don't blame me for being merciless. When this word fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. His entire sea of consciousness began to churn. At this time, the Darkness Holy Man was already restrained by the power of the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. At this time, Su Yan directly launched an attack. Right now, Darkness Holy Man was standing in front of the moon. Such behavior was simply courting death. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the two most powerful places were the bright moon and the green lotus. Therefore, Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju's first plan was to destroy this thing directly. However, it was a pity that their plan fell through. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The situation took a turn for the worse. The power that erupted from the sea of knowledge hit his body directly. Such a violent power almost tore his pitiful soul apart. At this moment, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. The only thing left was endless resentment. This time, he was still one step behind. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Impossible, I won't lose. I am the successor of the great demon god, Ice Ju. How can I be defeated here? No, don't. At this moment, he began to roar crazily. Ice Ju, you trash, give me back my power. Previously, in order to destroy Su Yan's green lotus and bright moon at the same time, he had lent almost half of his power to Ice Ju. If he had concentrated all his power on himself, he definitely wouldn't have been so passive at this time. Unfortunately, Ice Ju was in the same situation as him. He was also in a dead end. At this time, he had the power of Darkness Holy Man and could still hold on for a while. However, if he lost the support of this power, he would probably be torn apart in the next moment. In the face of death, almost all life was selfish, let alone an existence like Ice Jew. Even if it was just a minute of life, it was still very precious to him. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Humph, you don't have to struggle at this time. Today's outcome is already decided. You will definitely die." At this moment, the square seal and the Buddha's seal suddenly descended. The appearance of these two treasures of the Buddha sect was the final nail in the coffin. Under such a powerful force, the last traces left behind by the two great demon gods in this world were finally torn apart. At the same time, Su Yan's figure directly took shape. He reached out and grabbed Darkness Holy Man and Ice Jew's spiritual imprint in his hand. These two wretched fellows finally died. Now, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me. Su Yan's gaze shifted, and a strange face appeared in his sea of consciousness. Naturally, this was Grimace. Initially, Grimace already had the upper hand. Under his suppression, Su Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. And this time, the battle between him and the Flame Demon Emperor directly stimulated the power of the three hearts to circulate. If this continued, as long as he circulated his power to the extreme, he would be able to make Su Yan's consciousness fall into an eternal deep sleep. He could even refine Su Yan's consciousness directly. From then on, Su Yan would still exist in this world, but he would no longer be the original Su Yan. Instead, he would be replaced by Grimace. However, he did not expect that this time, he would be caught in his own trap. He originally thought that he had everything under control, but at this critical moment, the tables were turned. He lost so thoroughly that he did not even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. Damn it, Su Yan, you actually colluded with the Flame Demon Emperor. Good, very good. Su Yan ignored him and only said, "Grimace, you and I are one. So after you appeared last time, I've been thinking for a long time. Your power is indeed powerful. I'm no match for you now. So when you were about to appear, I didn't fall into a deep sleep like last time. Instead, I hid myself." Grimace's expression became extremely vicious. If it was possible, he would have swallowed Su Yan whole at this time. As it turned out, ever since Grimace first descended, Su Yan knew that this was only the beginning. He clearly knew that his power was no match for Grimace. So when the conditions were met and Grimace appeared, the control of this body would most likely fall into Grimace's hands. However, he was absolutely unwilling to lose control of himself just like that. He did not even want to lose his consciousness. So, even though he clearly knew that it was an extremely difficult thing, he still wanted to do his best to fight for it. He hid his consciousness in the regal sword soul. Whether it was the Four Corners seal or the Buddha seal, they were both extremely powerful soul treasures. However, they did not give Su Yan any confidence because he knew very well that Grimace's appearance was a contribution from the Buddha's heart. However, the Taishang sword soul was different. It was his greatest reliance in this world. According to Su Yan's thoughts at that time, even if he could not avoid the fate of being obliterated in the end. However, he also wanted to see how he died. Fortunately, this action of his really gave him a chance to turn the tables. He did not expect that the Flame Demon Emperor would actually take the initiative to contact him. The communication time between the two of them was extremely short. However, Su Yan immediately agreed to the Flame Devil Emperor's request and cooperated with him. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was an existence that was revered and feared. However, Su Yan was so decisive. Grimace wanted to catch the Flame Demon Emperor and achieve his goal of eternal existence. Su Yan wanted to rely on the Flame Demon Emperor to turn the tables. They were the same person. They were both gambling. In the end, Su Yan still won. That mask was now imprisoned by the power of Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Grimace began to struggle. Just like how Su Yan did not want to die, he naturally did not want to die either. However, it was a pity that he did not have much strength to resist at this time. Powerful flames turned into countless chains, directly imprisoning him. Under such power, he did not even have a chance to turn the tables. Su Yan, you can't kill me unless you can destroy your three hearts. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill me. At this moment, he was constantly howling. At this time, Su Yan was silent for a moment because Su Yan knew that this guy was right. This guy was the crystallization of 3 hearts. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to directly shatter the 3 hearts. At the very least, he would be able to break the resonance of these 3 hearts. However, only a moment later, Su Yan said, "No, you're wrong. Why do you need to destroy the hearts? As long as my power grows to the point where I can control these hearts, it will be enough. I think that by that time, your appearance will no longer have any meaning, right? Haha, you want to control the power of these 3 hearts? You have to know that the owners of these 3 hearts are all sacred venerables. They are the greatest beings in this world." Grimace kept laughing. He was mocking Su Yan and mocking him for overestimating himself. "You and I are one. Don't tell me that you can't sense what my heart is like. Therefore, you are just a failure in the end. You are so weak and pitiful in front of me. However, it doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I just have to work hard. The rest is up to time. As for you, you should sink into the darkness. At least for the time being, don't think about appearing." Chapter 8:13. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan's regal sword soul appeared. At this moment, the regal sword soul had become even more complete and mysterious. On his side, the terrifying Godslayer sword stood there quietly. Su Yan's gaze fell on the Godslayer sword. At least at this moment, he was still in the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Although he had successfully sealed Ghost Face, his crisis was far from over. However, what did Su Yan have to fear? No matter what, he would continue to walk. Either he died, or he would break out of this world. The power of the regal sword soul operated quietly. The 3-colored mask was immediately suppressed. Just as he said, at least for a short period of time, he did not need to worry about Ghostface appearing. This was very important to him. After all, if Ghostface's threat was still there, he would have some scruples when fighting. "Flame Demon Senior, I'm counting on you this time," Su Yan said sincerely. This time, if the Flame Demon Emperor had not taken action and suppressed Ghostface directly, giving Su Yan the time and ability to regain control of his sea of consciousness, the person who would have lost this time would have been him. Of course, he chose to believe the Flame Demon directly. This was also a kind of courage. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was a different kind. There was a saying among humans that was, "Those who are not of our kind must have a different heart." Ordinary people would be full of vigilance in front of the Flame Demon Emperor. However, Su Yan dared to cooperate with him. This was also a kind of courage. "Senior, don't worry. One day, I will definitely send you back to your hometown." In fact, Su Yan had profited greatly this time. All he had to give was a promise. Of course, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul was not easy to deceive. If Su Yan had just said it casually at that time, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul would have sensed it immediately. At this time, the Flame Demon Emperor left a thought: "I believe you. Also, protect my descendant." At this moment, his soul directly withdrew from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan knew that the descendant he spoke of was actually referring to Boundless. Perhaps Boundless was the last flame devil in this world. All right. Although they were once enemies, Wuxia was already dead. His soul had already disappeared from this world. Since that was the case, then with his death, let all of this vanish into thin air. Su Yan silently thought in his heart. Su Yan regained control of his sea of consciousness. To him, this was a huge gain. Now that he had suppressed Ghostface, he would no longer have to hold back in battle. Of course, this was only one aspect. The pleasant surprise this time was Dao Master Darkness and Bingju. This was the most unexpected gain. Especially Dao Master Darkness. His Dao marks were actually controlled by Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine these Dao marks, no, he did not need to refine them. Even if he could grasp some of the laws within, then his Dao of Darkness would become extremely powerful. Of course, refining the Dao marks of darkness was not something that could be done overnight. The road he had to walk was still very long. And now, since his own crisis had been resolved, then it was time to deal with other things. Su Yan regained control of his body. At this time, Boundless Flame Devil Incarnation was already standing in front of him. Su Yan said to him, "Although Boundless is already dead, you were born with his body after all. Then I will still call you Boundless." The Flame Devil did not speak. In fact, he did not have the ability to do so at this time. He had just transformed into a Flame Devil. His strength needed to continuously increase before his consciousness could reappear. However, at this time, Su Yan had already reached an agreement with the Flame Devil Emperor, so he would listen to Su Yan's words. "I am going to participate in a big battle, but at this time, it is definitely not suitable for you to participate in it, so you should stay here quietly. After this battle is over, I will definitely come and take you away." Boundless nodded and then jumped into the magma. An ordinary person would naturally not be able to withstand such a terrifying temperature. But at this time, he was different. He was already a true Flame Devil. Moreover, the previous incident had already caused all the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction to hate him. If he still appeared at this time, he would probably be targeted by the angry disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. After he jumped into the magma, Su Yan directly left Sword Forging Peak. At this time, the Taihang Sword faction's battle situation became even more serious. The Taihang Sword faction suffered such a blow. This was the first time in history that the Taihang Sword faction had suffered such a blow. However, Sect Master Zhang Zhe still did not appear under such serious circumstances. Regardless of the reason at this time, everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone felt uneasy, as if the end of the world was coming. And such emotions would only become heavier and heavier as time passed. In the end, it would become a fatal point. At this time, Xianxia showed his prowess and actually started to condense Dao marks in front of everyone. At this time, what he needed to do was to establish his authority. Xianxia knew very well that at this time, what he needed the most was to establish his authority. Then he would defeat Yan Xiao with a thunderous might and take the lead. Only then would he have the hope of raising his spirits. "Xianxia, are you thinking of breaking through to the Dao sovereign realm at this time? Do you think I am dead?" Yan Xiao roared furiously. At this time, if Xianxia succeeded in breaking through, it would naturally boost the morale of the Taihang Sword faction disciples and awaken their fighting spirit. However, if he failed to break through now, it would be terrible. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction who witnessed this scene would probably have a mental breakdown. Dao mark, boundless wind and fire. At this time, his Dao marks started to condense again. A wind and fire seal appeared. The power of the Dao mark descended and immediately urged countless powerful airflows to condense. If Xianxia wanted to succeed in this battle, then he also wanted to beat Xianxia to the bottom of the valley. Now was the time for both sides to compete. It was the crucial moment to show the strength of each of their methods. "Xianxia, I would like to see if you can withstand my power and still condense Dao marks under such power." The wind and fire seal struck out and rushed toward Xianxia. At this time, no one could help Xianxia. Only the sword is the limit. The sword dominates the 9 heavens. Xianxia suddenly spat out a few words coldly. As soon as these words appeared, a shocking sword chi suddenly appeared. The appearance of this sword chi made even Yan Zhao's expression change. "How is this possible? How can you still display such a powerful sword chi at this time?" He could not believe it. At this time, Xianxia was still able to display such a terrifying sword chi. This sword chi had already surpassed the power of a Dao sovereign. The power of the evil sword. At this time, a cold voice sounded. This voice was accompanied by boundless majesty. This terrifying power directly pressed down, and a hole immediately appeared in the vast sky. The appearance of this voice made Xianxia tremble. This was because this person could recognize the sword chi. He was right. This was the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. Back then, when Xianxia was suppressed by the evil sword Cold Jade and wanted to use him as a scabbard, it had even injected a sword chi into Xianxia's body. However, it did not expect Xianxia to be so tenacious. After more than 10 years, he did not let the sword chi refine him. Instead, he subdued the sword chi. This allowed his combat strength to increase by another level. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade chased after Xianxia because it wanted to take back the sword chi. However, Xianxia managed to escape in the end. This streak of sword qi had become his greatest killing weapon. This time, he dared to directly break through to the next level in front of Xianxia because of this sword qi. He clearly knew how terrifying this sword qi was. Although Xianxia was a Dao sovereign, Xianxia was very sure that if he took this sword qi head-on, he would only end up dead. However, he did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. Such an expert suddenly appeared. After this person revealed the secret of this sword qi, Xianxia knew that his plan was very likely to fail. As soon as he thought about it, a terrifying shadow appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying shadow, as if a mountain was descending upon them. The Limitless Nine Demons seal of the Limitless Demon sect. At this time, his heart suddenly trembled, and he felt very unwell. The Limitless Nine Demons seal was the absolute #1 divine weapon of the Limitless Demon sect. Its power even surpassed the Limitless Saint Demon sword of the Limitless Demon sect. Among the known divine weapons, it was definitely in the top 3. Xianxia did not appear at this time, and he had already guessed that Xianxia had been attacked. However, he did not expect that the opponent would bring such a terrifying thing. What he did not expect was that the opponent would use this to deal with him. The Limitless Nine Demons seal descended from the sky and directly bombarded the sword qi of the evil sword Cold Jade. For a moment, everything was swallowed up by this terrifying roar. There was no power that could be compared to this. Xianxia even began to vomit blood. The winds and clouds in this world were changing constantly, and it was terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the voice sounded again. I did not expect that in addition to Xianxia, the Taihang sword faction also has someone like you, Xianxia. If I let you live today, I am afraid that you will become a great enemy of the Limitless Sacred Sect. Therefore you will die today. Chapter 8:14. Girls' Literature. A terrifying palm print appeared behind the endless wind and clouds. Then, a powerful force suddenly came crashing down. This was a force that surpassed the Dao Master level. Yanzhao's strength was nothing in front of it. Xianxia might be able to withstand Yanzhao's attack, but under this power, he would definitely be in a dead end. At this point, not to mention breaking through to the Dao Master level, even surviving had become a problem. Guard your mind and continue to break through to the Dao Master level. Just when he was hesitating, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was just a short sentence, Xianxia's heart immediately calmed down. Although Xianxia's voice was a little unstable. But if he could say these words, then Xianxia would feel that he believed him. At this point, he simply closed his eyes. Then, he began to focus on breaking through to the next level. Almost at the same time, a terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. This power, which could almost tear apart the wind and clouds, made the hearts of all the Taihang sword faction's disciples burn with passion. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Such a radiance was the power of the Taihang swords. As long as the swords were not destroyed, Taihang would exist forever. Originally, when Xianxia did not appear, all the Taihang sword faction's disciples were anxious. Xianxia was the pillar that held up the sky in their hearts. If this pillar collapsed, then everything would be destroyed. But now it was different. This pillar that held up the sky appeared at this time. His appearance made everyone feel hopeful. At this moment, they raised their swords and fought with a belief. How dare the Limitless Demon sect offend the Taihang sword faction? With the sword in my hand, I'll soak it in the blood of the enemy. This was a fire. After being ignited, the Taihang sword faction's strength naturally became stronger. Xianxia, you seem to be resisting stubbornly at this point. Do you really think you can turn the tables around? The person said directly. Haha, Xing Tianrua, if you hadn't been too greedy and used the Everlasting Nine Demons seal to break the Cold Jade Sword Qi, you might have been able to continue suppressing me. But now, the Everlasting Nine Demons seal has already loosened. You still want to continue suppressing me? Are you dreaming? Taking godly sword, Xinjun. As these two words fell, the sword qi directly soared into the sky. The incomparably dense sword qi continued to hover in the sky. The terrifying power was directly changing unpredictably. In the end, it actually turned into the shadow of a mountain range. The shadow of the mountain in the sky corresponded to Taihang Mountain. Vaguely, a mysterious power appeared. At this moment, Xing Tianrua directly said, "Zhang Zhe, don't think that you have already turned the tables. The victor has not been decided yet." He shouted again, "Yan Xiao, kill Xue Xingchuan. After today, I want the Taihang sword faction to be erased from existence." This Xing Tianrua was also the vice sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Limitless Demon Sect had a total of 7 vice sect leaders, and Yan Xiao was ranked last. As for the Xing Tianrua, he could be ranked 3rd. Yan Xiao was indeed shocked by the evil sword Qi. At that time, if Xing Tianrua had not directly used the everlasting 9 demons seal to disperse the sword Qi, he might have been directly killed this time. Thinking of this terrifying sword Qi, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Xue Xingchuan had used this sword Qi in the previous battle at sea, he would have been dead then. But he did not know that Xue Xingchuan had been suppressing this sword Qi all this time. This sword Qi was his trump card. At the same time, before this sword Qi was used, he had been nurturing this sword Qi. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a dangerous situation, he wouldn't have been willing to use such a sword Qi to kill Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao was still afraid of this sword Qi. Although the sword Qi had been neutralized in the end, it had still injured him. However, at this time, he already knew that he had survived a great disaster. Since he had survived this calamity, then it was time for him to make his move. At this very moment, his strength continued to rise. The power of the Dao marks began to condense again. Although Zhang Zhe had appeared, he could not break through Xing Tianrua's defense in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this plan to kill Xue Xingchuan directly. Even if this operation failed, it would be enough as long as he could kill Xing Tianrua. A hurricane appeared on the horizon. This hurricane appeared at an inopportune time. Because at this time, Yan Xiao was about to make a move. At this time, he wanted to kill Xue Xingchuan. Zhang Zhe asked Xue Xingchuan to cultivate in peace, but he wanted to know how Xue Xingchuan could cultivate in peace. Zhang Zhe and the Taihang Divine Sword were restrained, so at this time, who could stop him? He was the strongest person here. As a Dao sovereign, no one could stop him, so he directly made a move. However, at this time, a hurricane appeared in front of him. The hurricane directly swept towards him. The power of that hurricane was very strong. The dense hurricane was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. "Who dares to disturb me? You're courting death." He was really afraid of Xue Xingchuan to the extreme. At this time, it was time for him to directly kill Xue Xingchuan. However, at such a juncture, someone actually interrupted his action. At this time, he was extremely angry, and the current time was not easy for him. If Xue Xingchuan directly attacked at this time, then he would definitely not be able to block Xue Xingchuan's power. At that time, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Therefore, this was the critical moment to decide whether he lived or died. However, at this time, someone actually came to stop him. At this time, he finally realized who was blocking him. It was an Oriole. There was a person standing on top of the Oriole. This person was naturally Su Yan. He still had some impression of Su Yan. At that time, during the battle in the sea, Su Yan's role was very important. At this time, Su Yan was already on the Limitless Demon Sect's bounty list. However, Su Yan's actions were too strange. Before he appeared in the Taihang sword faction this time, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, making it difficult for people to know where he really was. "How dare a brat like you act so presumptuously in front of me? Forget it, if you hide, you might be able to survive today. However, at this time, you actually dared to jump around in front of me. You're courting death. Now, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." At this time, he brazenly attacked. This was the power of condensed Dao marks. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that everything around him was being stripped away. In front of such a powerful force, he seemed so insignificant, as if he could be torn apart at any time. However, at this time, he still stood there without hesitation. He knew that at this time, He had to buy time for Xianxia. Through his powerful and unique divine consciousness, he knew that Xianxia had reached an extremely critical point. If he could pass this point, he would immediately reach the heavens in a single step and become an absolute powerhouse. However, if he couldn't pass this point, then he could only die and then quietly withdraw from the stage of history. Xianxia, a Dao master expert. I'd like to see how strong you are. Facing Xianxia, Su Yan naturally didn't have any confidence in his heart. However, he was very clear that at this time was of the essence. He didn't think that he could defeat the person in front of him, because he clearly knew how big the gap between them was. However, there were many things that had to be tried, regardless of whether he could defeat or not. After all, if he tried, he might not succeed, but if he didn't try, he would definitely fail. Of course, the powerful hurricane from before was the power of an Oriole. Very good kid, I admire your courage. However, since you are standing in front of me today, then I'll just kill you while I'm at it. Although it was very disdainful, Su Yan knew that what the other party said was true. If this person wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of convenience. Of course, such a feeling would make him feel unreconciled. After all, his life was actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. However, he had long passed the time of his youth. All his unwillingness could only be supported by strength. If he wasn't strong enough, then he could only hide this unwillingness in his heart. At this time, Su Yan kept saying to himself in his heart, "It's good that I'm not dead." At this time, Yan Zhao's power was already whistling towards him. The Oriole immediately flapped its wings and flew away. The Oriole's speed was very fast, but Yan Zhao's attack was even more terrifying. Moreover, the distance between them was so close that it was very difficult for the Oriole to dodge even if it wanted to. Foolish and naive brat, I know your intentions. You just want to stall for time, but do you think you have the qualifications to stall for time in front of me? The Oriole let out a painful cry. After all, it was not a sacred beast. It couldn't even defeat Lai Haichuan, so how could it compete with a Dao master? If it wasn't for the unusually strong body of a demonic beast, it would have started to die under this attack. However, even if it was still alive, its situation was not optimistic. Whether I can stop it or not, I still have to try. At this time, Yan Zhao suddenly frowned. Without any hesitation, he counterattacked, and a strong wind and fire power directly rushed out. However, it turned out that at this time, an extremely terrifying aura appeared behind him. This aura was so strong that even someone as strong as him could not underestimate it. Chapter 8:15. Female Literature. He was a Dao sovereign, and this power that he couldn't underestimate was naturally very terrifying. Then, he immediately discovered the origin of this power. It was a double-winged sky tiger. But he couldn't understand why a double-winged sky tiger would appear here. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Su Yan. "This double-winged sky tiger is also your demonic beast?" he asked calmly, but his killing intent was even stronger. This kid deserves to die. Not to mention his powerful talent and current strength, just these demonic beasts alone were enough to cause trouble for the limitless demon sect. Previously, he said that he would take care of it today. But now, it seemed that he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it directly. "Kid, I won't play with you for now. Once I get close to Yan Zhao, I'll kill you." Unknowingly, he had already wasted a few breaths of time. He never dared to underestimate Yan Zhao in the slightest. Therefore, the most important thing now was to kill Yan Zhao. As for Su Yan, even if he had powerful demonic beasts to protect him, Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive if he wanted to kill him. This was his confidence. His body directly moved toward Yan Zhao, a terrifying flowing light shuttling back and forth. This simple attack was very troublesome for Su Yan. This guy was indeed a troublesome person. The Oriole was already rushing toward him. Su Yan hoped to buy as much time as possible. However, although the Oriole was fast, in terms of instantaneous explosive power, he couldn't compare to a Dao sovereign. When Yan Zhao directly ignored Su Yan couldn't do anything. "Xianxia, give me your life." At this time, he realized that his killing intent toward Xianxia was very heavy. For so many years, he had been suppressed by Xianxia. Xianxia was like a mountain. Even after he disappeared for more than 10 years, he still couldn't do anything to him. This was something that infuriated him greatly. However, this time he could directly kill him. It was ridiculous that a Dao master would have such a mentality when he was going to kill someone who was not a Dao master. However, he didn't care at all because he clearly knew how terrifying the man in front of him was. Dao marks had already condensed in his palm. This strike, he was going to use all of his strength to smash down and kill him directly. At this time, Xianxia still had not opened his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in a very dangerous situation at this time. A Tao master was standing in front of him. "Die, you idiot!" "Senior Xue!" Su Yan shouted anxiously. However, even now, he was still indifferent. At this moment, the Yan Xiao Dao mark was already in front of his face. The distance between them was less than half a meter. But this time, Yan Xiao was stunned. At this moment, he actually felt uneasy in his heart. Impossible, it must be an illusion. That guy has already used up his sword qi. At this point, how could there be a second sword qi? He kept telling himself that this was an illusion. Right at this moment, a beam of sword qi suddenly appeared. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. This sword qi actually caused him to not have the slightest bit of hope. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the shadow of Taihang Mountain in the sky was directly suppressing him. "Tang sword qi!" he exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he immediately remembered Zhang Zai's words. "Damn it, it's Zhang Zai's sword qi. Zhang Zai has set up a trap around him. Damn it." Zhang Zai's cultivation was much stronger than his. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, Zhang Zai was a first-class expert. This time, the Boundless Demon sect had invested a lot in dealing with Zhang Zai. The third vice sect master personally made a move, and the Boundless Nine Demons seal also directly descended. He even borrowed the power of the Boundless Saint Demon Sword. Such a lineup was already very terrifying. But even so, Zhang Zai still managed to break through the suppression of power. His previous attack made Yan Xiao feel very afraid. At this moment, he finally stopped persisting and chose to retreat. Almost at the same time, Xianxia opened his eyes. At this moment, the two of them were not far away. Yan Xiao could clearly see the mockery in Xianxia's eyes. "Idiot!" At this moment, Xianxia's aura began to go berserk. Streaks of rainbow light appeared one after another. Dao marks. Those were Dao marks, marks condensed after comprehending the Dao. Right at that moment, the sword aura actually dissipated. "Damn it, how dare you trick me?" At this moment, if he still didn't understand, then he was really too stupid. It turned out that the sword qi from before was just a facade. If he had staked everything at that time, then perhaps he would have already killed Xianxia by now. But he roared angrily again, and then attacked angrily. "It's too late, Yan Xiao. You're still so cowardly and incompetent. At this moment, is there any meaning in your attack? If I were you, I would have run away by now." Xianxia raised his fingertip, and the sword qi rushed out. Yan Zhao's power and Xianxia's power suddenly collided. At this moment, Yan Zhao's expression changed. What a powerful force! At this moment, both of them were Dao sovereigns, but under this attack, not only did he not gain any advantage, he even vaguely suffered some minor injuries. Xianxia's strength was terrifying to this extent. "Su Yan, go to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. That's the core of the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation. Help Bai Chuan and Feng Yuhai," Xianxia said. At this moment, since he had succeeded in breaking through, Su Yan was no longer needed here. Now, the real key was not Yan Xiao. It was the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation. If the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation was not activated, then the disciples of the Taihang sword faction would be doomed. However, once this sword formation was activated, it would be time for a fierce counterattack, and this group of invaders would know how stupid their actions were. Okay. Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance. "Tianhu, kill the venerable experts of the Limitless Demon sect," Su Yan directly said to the double-winged Tianhu. He would not show any mercy to the people of the Limitless Demon sect. Since the double-winged Tianhu was already here, then it was time to start the Feast of Slaughter. Under the protection of the Oriole, he directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. The Sword Lake Sacred Land was the core of the Taihang sword faction. It was also the place where the sword was buried, and it was quite similar to the sword well of the sword burial sect. Of course, the strength of the two sects was different, so everything was naturally different. The defensive strength of the Taihang sword faction's Sword Lake Sacred Land was much stronger than that of the Taihang sword faction. However, this time, since the Limitless Demon sect started to attack this place together, it meant that they were prepared and had enough strength to challenge the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake. The situation of the battle here was very fierce, and there were more corpses here than outside. The corpses of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction and the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were everywhere. This was an extremely difficult battle. Su Yan directly went forward. The closer he was to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the fiercer the battle became. However, the battle in front of him was not over yet. The cowards of the Taihang sword faction, Today is your doomsday. Hurry up and surrender, and I can still be merciful and let you go, especially delicate girls like you. We'll take good care of you. This time, the Sword Lake Sacred Land was their most important target. There was no doubt that there must be a traitor among the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, or that the traitor was a spy that they had set up in ambush. Although the disciples of the Taihang sword faction tried their best to defend, at this time, the enemy came prepared, and they had too many people. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, and Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were not there. Su Yan guessed that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already entered the Sword Lake. What a bunch of demons. But since you're here, then stay here. Su Yan's voice was like a gust of chilly wind that permeated the air. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. At this time, only then did everyone realize that there was a terrifying shadow above their heads. What is this? It's a monster. Run. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Oriole, these motley crew no longer had their previous arrogance. They were more like cannon fodder characters. Before they met a true powerhouse, they relied on their advantage in numbers and could naturally do whatever they wanted. However, at this time, they were not much better than some ants. Su Yan was not in the mood to pay attention to these guys. Kill them. After he gave the order to the Oriole, he directly jumped down and then headed towards the Sword Lake. At this time, this motley crew was simply a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs in front of Su Yan. At this time, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were almost in despair. However, at this time, they realized that this group of people from the Limitless Demon sect had suddenly started to become chaotic, and large numbers of lives were being taken. Suddenly, someone shouted a name. It's Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan is here. If it was during normal times, some people might not care about this name. However, at this time, Su Yan's appearance was tantamount to a savior to them. Senior brother Su Yan, kill them. Kill them. The silk threads of countless fellow disciples had caused them to hate the Limitless Demon sect to the extreme. Unfortunately, the attack of the Limitless Demon sect this time was so sudden that they were caught off guard. Su Yan's figure directly swept over, and everywhere he passed, there was an endless amount of blood. Soon, he arrived in front of the Sword Lake. Senior brother Su Yan, quickly go into the Sword Lake. The son of the demon of the Limitless Demon sect is inside. They want to completely destroy the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. A disciple said directly. Chapter 8:16. Female Literature. Return to the Taihang 9 Evolution's formation. The people from the Limitless Demon sect were truly vicious. The Taihang 9 Evolution's formation had been passed down by the Taihang sword faction for countless years. If the formation was destroyed, the Taihang sword faction would suffer a huge blow. Even if the Taihang sword faction managed to survive the Limitless Demon sect's attack, they would still suffer a huge loss. Without the protection of the Taihang 9 Evolution's formation, the Taihang sword faction would become extremely dangerous. Although the Taihang sword faction was powerful, they had just experienced a huge disaster. And at this time, without the protection of the Great Formation, it was hard to guarantee that no one would want to take the risk. The formation was the foundation of the Taihang sword faction. No matter what, they could not allow anything to happen to it. Of course, in the eyes of the limitless demon sect, the formation had to be destroyed no matter what. The Taihang 9 Evolutions formation was the protective formation of the Taihang sword faction. Naturally, it would not be easy to destroy it. This time, the formation was only temporarily stopped. With the passage of time, the Grand Formation was about to resume its operation. It was precisely because of this that the limitless demon sect was so determined to attack this place. Where are Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai? Su Yan asked directly. My 2 senior brothers have already gone inside. However, the situation is not optimistic. There are venerable experts inside. Hearing this, even Su Yan's expression turned serious. He was not surprised that a venerable expert would make a move. However, encountering a venerable expert at a time like this was even more troublesome. However, don't worry, senior brother Su Yan. This place is the holy land of the Taihang sword faction. There will be strong sword qi inside, and the venerable experts will not be able to use their full strength inside. Even so, their combat strength is still extremely terrifying. Therefore, senior brother Su Yan, I'm counting on you. He had been in the Taihang sword faction for a long time. According to seniority, Su Yan should address him as martial uncle. It was just that in the Taihang sword faction, those who were more powerful would always be the first. Su Yan's battle prowess was obvious to all. Therefore, when he addressed Su Yan as senior brother, he was sincerely convinced. At the moment, Su Yan did not want to care about this. At the moment, he was worried about the venerables inside. Be careful and protect your own lives. With the Oriole helping you, there should be no need to worry about guarding this place for the time being. However, if more powerful enemies come in, there is no need to defend to the death. There weren't many people here who were in good condition. If they continued to defend, not a single person would be able to survive. In the end, Su Yan couldn't bear to watch them die. After saying that, Su Yan had already charged into the sword pool. The Taihang sword faction sword pool was indeed worthy of its reputation. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the extremely heavy sword qi. The sword qi here seemed to be in a deep sleep. If all the sword qi here were to wake up and condense, how terrifying would that be? The deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. At this moment, Su Yan's figure came to a halt. His expression did not change at all, but he did not take another step forward. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking at Su Yan in the darkness. Did this guy notice me? What sharp intuition! This thought flashed through his mind, but at this moment he tried his best to conceal his aura, afraid that Su Yan would notice him. He was a disciple of the limitless demon sect, and he was best at setting up traps. Of course, he also knew his own limitations. His trap was indeed exquisite, but his own strength was not strong enough. As a result, his trap was not strong enough to kill high-level experts. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai came in earlier, he hid himself just like he did now. If it was any other disciple who came, then they would only have a dead end. Since he was able to set up exquisite traps, his concealment skills were naturally extremely powerful. Therefore, he was confident that he could hunt down his prey. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction who were worried about the sword pool would definitely become blood flowers in his hands. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped. His intuition was very accurate. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Su Yan's body. Although this feeling was very faint, he believed in his intuition, so this time, he didn't think of making a move at all. At this time, the trap that he had set up was completely hidden by him. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly stop at this moment. He sealed all of his senses. Not to mention breathing, he did not even dare to reveal his gaze. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke. What an exquisite concealment skill. Even I almost overlooked it. At this moment, the person was suddenly alarmed. He's discovered me. How is this possible? My concealment was almost perfect. He must be deceiving me. Su Yan gently turned around, then continued, "Why? Do you think I'm deceiving you? You're indeed powerful. At this moment, you're almost silent, but you overlooked the most important problem. When I passed by here, your aura disappeared too completely. This change happened to be discovered by me, so this is your tragedy." While he was talking, Su Yan's sword was already directly aimed at him. At this moment, he was finally sure that Su Yan was not deceiving him. He had really discovered his location. The feeling of being locked on by Su Yan's will was too terrifying. He didn't even think about it and directly chose to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment, there was no way he could escape. Su Yan's power had been directly suppressed. A ray of sword light directly opened the gate of hell. "I think your hands are already stained with the blood of many disciples of the Taihang sword faction. No matter what, at this moment, I'm also considered a member of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore you must die." At this moment, Su Yan's sword burst out with all his strength. How could such a person block it? Su Yan's sword pierced through the mountain wall, directly taking away the person's life. One had to admit that this guy was really powerful. If Su Yan's mind was not exceptionally sensitive, he might really have been deceived by him. Not only was he good at concealing himself, but he was also good at making arrangements. The corpses of the disciples he killed had been directly destroyed by him. Even the smell of blood had disappeared. This was a terrifying person. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan this time. It seems that the situation is indeed not good. I need to be faster. Su Yan's body moved forward again. The entire Sword Pool Holy Land was destined to be unstable today. The tunnel was filled with the smell of fresh blood. In the Sword Pool, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already fallen into a bitter battle. Their opponent was not the son of the demon, but the two subordinates of the son of the demon. Logically speaking, the three sons of the demon were the core of the limitless demon sect, and the two of them were the core disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Their status should be relative. However, at this moment, they did not even see the face of the son of the demon. The two subordinates actually blocked the two of them. No, not only did they block it, but they also fell into a bitter battle. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. Is this the Taihang 10 swords of the Taihang swords? This is really disappointing. You only have such strength. Do you still want to compete with our young master with such strength? This is simply too funny. The one who spoke was an extremely seductive woman wearing a red robe. The slender broken saber in her hand looked particularly ferocious. She was actually able to force Feng Yuhai to retreat step by step. The other one was also a woman. Her clothes were a little revealing, and the expression on her face was a little wild. At this moment, she looked at Wang Baichuan and gently rolled her tongue, which was filled with an indescribable sense of beauty. Of course, it was a perverted sense of beauty. Soon, this Taihang 9 Evolutions formation will be completely destroyed by the young master. As for the two of you, you'd better stay here and play with us. Of course, now it seems that you're not strong enough. I really can't bear to kill you. What a pity. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai both panted. They would never have thought that the strength of these two maids would actually be so strong. At this moment, the two of them were already suppressed. Damn it, what should we do now? If this continues, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, I'm here. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Along the way, Su Yan had already killed 13 people who tried to stop him. At this moment, he looked rather ferocious. At this moment, the two women looked at each other and said, "There's actually someone who can break in? But it's good that he's here. If that's all, it would be too boring. We'll just kill whoever comes." The two sword leaders of the Taihang sword faction were so weak in front of her, so she naturally did not take the others seriously. However, the woman next to her said, "Don't be careless. You need to know that this guy can break in here, so he's definitely not simple. This matter is important, so don't make any mistakes." Alright. You're always like this. Since you're so serious, let me get rid of him first. The woman in red laughed disdainfully. At this moment, she directly leaped up. A red light flashed, bringing with it an almost indiscernible smell of blood. "You're actually a handsome guy. Unfortunately, I'm in a bad mood now, so you can die. The long and narrow blade erupted with endless power at this moment. Her eyes flickered with a scarlet radiance. She was called Hong Yi, and she had always been extremely cruel when she killed people. She loved to torture and kill her opponents. Chapter 8:17. Female Literature. Of course, if she saw a man who made her heart flutter, she might choose to go easy on him. However, it was a pity that she had a stomach full of anger just now. However, Su Yan's appearance at this time was simply a ready-made punching bag for her to vent her anger. Since they had come to invade this time, they naturally knew that Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were the top figures in the Taihang sword faction. She did not believe that there was anyone in the Taihang sword faction who could defeat them. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated in the end. If it had been someone else, they might have been killed by her sneak attack. However, her opponent was Su Yan. For Su Yan, this was not a problem at all. After experiencing life and death, Su Yan's combat strength was rapidly increasing. This opponent was indeed powerful, but in front of him, she was not enough. He had never been a soft-hearted person, let alone someone who was protective of the fairer sex. He clearly knew how dangerous the current situation was. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of clashing with the limitless demon sect in the future, or for the sake of repaying the Taixing Sword sect for recognizing his worth, he had to go all out and display his true strength. Then, he would help the Taixing Sword sect protect the Taixing 9 Derivations Grand Formation. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan's sword was extremely fast. As soon as the sword slashed out, a rainbow light immediately appeared. After the sword chi appeared, it turned into an earth-shattering rainbow. In the next moment, the rainbow turned into an extremely ferocious fish dragon. Bai Yi looked at Hong Yi. She suddenly felt that Hong Yi would suffer a great loss this time. However, she did not make a move at this time. This was because she knew Hong Yi's character. Hong Yi was very competitive, just like herself. If she helped Hong Yi at this time, she would only be jealous. If she were in Hong Yi's shoes, she would do the same. Therefore, she did not have the heart to help Hong Yi at this time. Of course, she also believed in Redcoat's strength. Although the two of them were only maids, they were the maids of the Devil's Son. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction was so weak in front of them. Therefore, she was not worried that she would not be a match for Redcoat. At this moment, the power of the Redcoat was fully displayed. Her blade transformed into a bloody ghost at this moment. The blood ghost was ferocious, but it also had the power to steal one's soul. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, they would definitely die under this attack. But at this moment, Wang Baichuan's calm voice sounded. If I were you, I would have taken action immediately. Unfortunately, even if you want to take action now, it's already too late. There was a hint of mockery in those words. This stunned White Robe for a moment. How did he have the courage to say such words? He should have experienced Redcoat's strength firsthand. But in the next moment, her expression froze. She was shocked to find that the sword chi turned and strangled it directly. The red-robed blood ghost was directly cut in half without any room to struggle. Such power was so overbearing. However, even Feng Yuhai was no match for Redcoat and could only bitterly hold on. Who are you? Who are you? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Su Yan's sword chi directly cut into Redcoat's body, causing her to spit out blood and tremble all over. That sword was so terrifying that it directly caused her to be severely injured. I'm Su Yan. Su Yan raised his long sword and was about to cut her down. Although this woman was extremely beautiful, Su Yan understood that this woman was definitely a lunatic who would kill without batting an eyelid. He had shown mercy to her, but he had brought trouble to himself. Now that he had enough troubles, it was better to deal with them directly. All right, I don't have time to play with you. Su Yan's sword chi was about to fall at this moment. At this moment, White Coat was dumbfounded. She had already calculated that Su Yan was very powerful and had predicted that Red Coat would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, she wanted to make a move when Red Coat was at a disadvantage, so that she would remember her lesson and understand that she owed her a favor. But she definitely did not expect that Red Coat would be so weak in front of Su Yan. She did not even have the chance to make a move. Su Yan's power swept past her and she was defeated. This man is really terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, she was still shocked. Earlier, that sword light appeared in her mind. The power of that sword was really terrifying to the extreme. Red Coat could not block that sword, and she could not block it either. Su Yan wanted to kill Red Coat, so she should have stopped him, but at this moment, she did not even have the courage to do so. Because at this moment, she was already very scared. She was afraid that once she made a move, she would immediately die. However, Red Coat did not die in the end. This was because the shadow of an old man rushed out from the sword pool. What a powerful child. It's a pity that Red Coat cannot die in your hands. As soon as this old man appeared, the sword chi in the area immediately tumbled. The invisible pressure became even stronger. Fortunately, this sword chi was not targeted at everyone. It was only directed at this old man. Venerable Skeleton May. Red Coat, who was originally in despair, immediately became excited when she saw this old man appear. Lingering on the edge of death was a very scary thing. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton May's appearance meant that she did not need to face death anymore. In front of a venerable, what could this kid do no matter how powerful he was? Would he dare to kill him in front of the Martial Highness? Even if he had the guts, he would not be able to do it. However, just as she was thinking about Fei, a sword had already pierced through her throat. Whether you can die in my hands or not, it's not up to you. Su's voice was very calm. This old man was very domineering, and he seemed to be in control of everything. Of course, he was not naive. As he spoke, his power had already swept toward Su Yan. The power of a venerable was enough to make a powerhouse in the dragon realm helpless. Unfortunately, he had encountered Su Yan. The natural suppression that a venerable had on a powerhouse in the dragon realm did not exist on Su Yan. Su Yan had already killed too many people. Every time he killed someone, his heart would harden a bit. His heart had hardened, but it did not mean that he had become ruthless. Instead, he was fearless and moved forward with indomitable will. Moreover, he had killed a venerable before. Therefore, a venerable was naturally not scary. His gaze slowly fell on the old man. "Humph, how dare you?" At this moment he was naturally very angry. The person he wanted to protect had been killed in front of him. He was a venerable, but he was ignored by a kid. Naturally, he could not tolerate this. It was just a pity that although he was angry, Su Yan did not take him seriously. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. Hong Yi and Bai Yi were the maids that the young master thought highly of. Now that they had died in front of him, no matter what, he was duty-bound. Therefore, Su Yan deserved to die even more. "Senior brother Wang, senior brother Feng?" Su Yan asked. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said directly, "Su Yan, if it's possible, hurry up. Since this old man has come out, it means that Wang Shishu is probably done for." Feng Yuhai's voice was not good. He had clearly been injured in the battle with Hong Yi earlier. Wang Baichuan did not say anything, but his expression was also not good. Compared to Su Yan, they were born and raised as disciples of the Taihang sword faction. However, when faced with such a crisis, they could only pin their hopes on Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Senior brothers, don't worry. I'll do my best." His words were said very calmly. They were obviously arrogant words, but they gave people a sense of conviction. Venerable Skeleton May was already very angry, and at this moment, it was even more so. His withered skin wrinkled slightly, and he laughed out of anger. "Do your best? Ha, I'd like to see how you'll do your best. I'd like to know where your confidence comes from. How dare you say that you don't have to worry?" At this moment, he did not delay any longer. When his palm landed, the world was turned upside down. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the aura here. If that wasn't the case, his palm strike would be even more powerful. Su Yan would definitely not be able to block it. However, it did not matter much at this moment, because this palm was already powerful enough. After all, even though it was suppressed, it did not seem difficult to kill a dragon realm powerhouse. "You want to kill me? You're too naive." Su Yan's sword directly rose against the sky. In this place, his power would also be suppressed. However, compared to a venerable, his suppression was naturally much smaller. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, so this suppression was even smaller. If it was before, he would still have some scruples and fear in his heart. However, at this moment his own crisis had been resolved. Therefore, he no longer had any scruples about all of this. At least for a short period of time, Ghostface would not be able to appear. At this moment, his 3 hearts began to beat directly. As his heart beat, his power began to increase. When this sword was slashed out, the power that swept up was actually not the slightest bit weaker. The power that surged like a great river gave Venerable Skin Mei a fright. "Old bastard, I'll kill you first." After that sword strike, Su Yen lightly caressed his face, the places where his hand had passed by. A mask slowly appeared. The appearance of the 3-colored mask directly caused his aura to burn to the extreme. His entire aura had become incomparably terrifying. Chapter 8:18. Female Literature. Su Yan's power became extremely strong at this moment. What kind of change is this? Your power actually increased so much in an instant. Venerable Skeleton was shocked. At this moment, Bai Yi was even more shocked. One had to know that Su Yan's power had already become very terrifying. Bai Yi couldn't even block a single attack from him. At this moment, after the mask appeared, his aura increased explosively. He was really a terrifying person. She had already made up her mind. If Su Yan didn't die today, she would leave immediately if she met him in the future. This man was so powerful. More importantly, he didn't show any mercy when he killed people. She originally thought that all the heroes in the world were just SOS. Apart from her young master, she didn't care about anyone else. However, Su Yan's power was directly imprinted in her heart. After the mask appeared, Su Yan's aura became even more awe-inspiring. However, at this time, he didn't lose his mind like before. This was because Ghostface had been imprisoned by him. At least for a while, he wouldn't appear again. "Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Wang, I'll make a move first." After saying this, Su Yan directly charged towards Venerable Skeleton. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton was naturally furious. Su Yan didn't put him in his eyes at all. A dignified venerable was actually being ignored by a junior. This was intolerable. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword slashed towards him. Venerable Skeleton couldn't see anything clearly in his heart. The power of this sword simply had the power of a venerable. However, Su Yan was so majestic at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Venerable Skeleton once again retreated with his palm. Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm. As his palm fell, a power that controlled life and death began to circulate. The Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm was a palm technique comprehended by sensing the withered plum extinction intent. Under the urging of boundless power, it had an unfathomable will. As this palm fell, countless plum blossoms appeared. In an instant, it was incomparably beautiful. However, the more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it was. When it was at its most beautiful and dazzling, the plum blossoms suddenly erupted with a boundless aura of death. An awe-inspiring aura swept out, and vaguely visible skeletons appeared. This was the origin of Venerable Skeleton Mei's name. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the skeleton. "Kill!" Su Yan's response was very simple. It was just a simple slash of his sword. A crescent sword chi appeared. It wasn't shocking, nor was it eye-catching. However, such a sword was able to shatter everything in an instant. If it was an ordinary attack, it would have been fine, but the other party was a venerable one. Even if his power was temporarily suppressed by Zhan, a venerable was still a venerable. His power still far surpassed that of the 9 dragons. And Su Yan was only in the realm of 6 dragons. Such a battle record was truly terrifying. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai looked at each other. They knew that they had no chance of defeating Su Yan. Su Yan was flying too fast, so fast that they could not catch up. At such a juncture, they could not do anything to help. They could only hope that Su Yan could deal with this venerable one alone. At this moment, Su Yan had already gathered all his power together. Although he had killed a venerable one before, he did not dare to underestimate a venerable one. He knew very well that those who could become a venerable one were all very powerful people. When he fought with them, he was the weak defeating the strong. If he still thought that he was lucky at this moment, he would be courting death. Moreover, at such a time, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The crescent sword chi that Su Yan slashed out continued to dance in the air. In the end, it turned into a huge scythe-like sword chi. The countless plum blossoms were directly destroyed by this move. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could not block such power. This was the first time Su Yan had controlled Ghostface's power consciously. Such a terrifying power simply caused one's mind to tremble. All of a sudden, the scene of Ghostface tearing apart two venerables appeared in his mind again. It was an indescribable pleasure. Although Su Yan had never enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, he had to admit that it felt really good to kill people this time. At this moment, Venerable Ku Mei's eyes were filled with fear. He had never thought that Su Yan would be so fierce at this moment. The power of this sword had a strange change that made his soul begin to tremble. Damn it, am I going to be killed by a junior today? Before he made his move, he had never thought that he would be defeated by Su Yan. At that time, he was thinking about how to torture Su Yan to death. However, at this moment, there was only fear left in his heart. Damn it, if my power was not suppressed at this time, this kid would definitely not be my opponent. I would definitely kill him. At this moment, he already knew that he could not defeat Su Yan. Because he did not want to continue thinking about it. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he directly withdrew his power. At this moment, he chose to escape. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would not allow him to escape even if he wanted to. Old thing, you still want to escape at this time? You're too naive. At this point, if he were to let him escape, then all his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, he used Ghostface's power to increase his strength to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Ghostface had been directly imprisoned or even suppressed by him. However, this was only temporarily out of danger. This definitely did not mean that he could sit back and relax at this time. After all, Ghostface had only been suppressed and not directly destroyed. This was the most fatal point. In other words, as time passed, it was very likely that he would return again. When he returned, he would probably be even more powerful than he was now. However, sometimes, some things had to be done. For example, now was the time for him to step forward bravely. Of course, since he had already paid such a price, it would not be a good deal if the other party was defeated and retreated in exchange. When Su Yan made his move, he had already made up his mind. Since he had used Ghostface's power, he had to kill. Therefore, he did not hold back at all against Redcoat from before. At this moment, this was even more so. If he let Ghostface escape after paying such a price, then this was really not a good deal. Therefore, when he made his move, he had already made up his mind to kill without mercy. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or Bai Yi, they had all seen through Su Yan's thoughts. However, being able to see it was one thing, but being able to accept it was another. Su Yan's strength was simply terrifying. They really could not figure out how Su Yan had done it. Elder, be careful. Bai Yi was anxious and immediately reminded him. He did not want to see Venerable Skeleton May die like this. Unfortunately, Su Yan was too fast. He was faster than his voice and divine thought. If it was anywhere else, it would not be easy to kill you. However, here, no matter where you are, I'll slash the universe with one sword. Su Yan made his move directly. Just as he had said, if it was anywhere else, it would not be easy for him to kill a venerable. Back then, Ghostface had been able to succeed because of his fearless ferocity. In an instant, he had directly pounced on him. Then, with his strength, he had directly killed him. To put it bluntly, Ghostface had killed a venerable twice. It was because of his strength, but it was also because of luck. At this time, Su Yan was different. It could be said that he had completely surpassed Ghostface at that time. This was because if Su Yan had not controlled his body, many of his methods would not have been able to be used. Su Yan's body was very powerful, but his most powerful method was his sword. Ghostface could not activate the Supreme Sword Soul, and he could not even use the Scorching Sun Sword freely. Therefore, at that time, he had directly abandoned the Scorching Sun Sword. Fortunately, after Su Yen had set things right, the sacred sword had returned. Otherwise, the loss would have been huge. At this time, Su Yen was full of spirit. He had grasped two kinds of power at the same time. With his strong body, he had activated the terrifying sword principle. How terrifying was this power? At this time, the sword slashed the universe. It really had a terrifying aura that could cut the universe. At this time, the incomparably powerful sword chi had risen to the extreme. This made Venerable Skeleton May feel something. However, by the time he felt it, it was already too late. The sword chi arrived in an instant. Under the powerful sword chi, he could not even move. What kind of domineering power was this? What kind of terrifying aura was this? At this time, Su Yen was simply the epitome of domineering to the extreme. Kill. This word was like a death sentence. A dignified venerable had been directly killed. Bai Yi was stunned, Feng Yuhai smiled bitterly, and Wang Baichuan clenched his fists. They had seen too many deaths, but it was the first time that a venerable one had his head chopped off right in front of them. At this moment, Bai Yi's entire body was trembling. If the death of Redcoat had only made her a little afraid, then she was truly afraid now. Her heart had been directly shattered by Su Yen. If Su Yen wanted to kill her at this time, it would be a piece of cake. However, at this time, Su Yen was not in the mood to care about her. He directly rushed toward the core of the sword pool. That was the core of the large formation, the most important place. If this place was destroyed, it would be a disaster for the sect. Senior brothers, leave the inside to me, but please don't let more people break in. At such a juncture, if someone broke in, it would be very fatal. The three demon sons of the limitless demon sect were extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, Hua Yunfei had left a deep impression on him. If he hadn't been so crazy, perhaps everyone in the secret realm would have died in his scheme. But this time, what was the origin of this son of devil? Chapter 8:19. Female Literature. Su Yen entered the sword pool. At this moment, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Sword pool? How could this place be described as a sword pool? If he had to describe it, then this place was a sea of swords, a real sea of swords. At that time, when Su Yen was in the burial sword pavilion, he was already shocked when he saw Thousand Swords Kenjing. However, at this moment, he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The swords here were densely packed. The sword chi here rose boundlessly. This was the world of swords. After entering this place, the revered sword soul in Su Yan's body actually reacted. Not only that, but the Godslayer's sword also softly hummed at this moment. At this moment, Su Yen did not continue to move forward because there was someone waiting for him in front of him. It was a woman with a sweet appearance and an indescribable ethereal aura. "Cousin, it's been a long time." A voice sounded. Su Yen smiled bitterly. This woman was none other than his cousin, Su Tian. At that time, she was taken away by Shangguan Sheng. Su Yen wanted to keep her, but at that time, he was not capable enough. Moreover, Su Tian did not seem to resist, so in the end, he did not make a move. Su Yen came to the Zhozhou continent to look for Lu Lan and Chu Linger the most. Although the woman in front of him was his cousin, he had lost his parents when he was young. Therefore, most of the cousins in the clan did not treat him well. However, the woman in front of him was still good to him. Therefore, if he could, he would naturally choose to save her. However, he never thought that he would meet his cousin under such circumstances. "Yes, it's really been a long time. I just didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." She appeared at this time, so the two of them were naturally not friends. "Cousin, the young master is doing something inside. Can you come back later?" Her voice was very weak, but of course, it was also very pleasant to hear. Su Yen said, "Sister, get out of the way. This is between me and Shangguan Sheng. You don't have to interfere." Su Yen didn't want to attack his family. However, if Su Tian really wanted to stop him, then she couldn't blame him for doing something he didn't want to do. If it were someone else blocking him at this time, Su Yan would probably not even speak nonsense and directly kill over. It was because she was Su Tian that he was willing to say a few words. But now, he really didn't have the time. "Cousin, I won't let you go." Her voice was as soft and weak as before. However, within this weakness, there was a firmness that was unique to her. This cousin of his had always been soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Since she had made a decision, she would definitely do it. Su Yan smiled. "Cousin, it seems that you don't want to go back?" After saying this, he didn't say anything else. Everyone had their own choice. Since Su Tian had chosen this way, then she had to pay the price for her choice. He continued to move forward. "Cousin, you need to know that although I care about old feelings, these feelings will definitely not restrict me. So, you can't stop me." Su Yan's words were like flames as he directly moved forward. Su Tian's weak body suddenly released an aura. This aura was definitely not weak. Such an aura was at least not inferior to the two women outside. Although Su Tian had a little reputation in the family back then, that was all. However, at this time, her cultivation was actually so strong. Xianxia was a powerful person. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Su Yan's speed was too fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Su Tian. Su Tian's aura was tumbling, but to Su Yan, it existed in vain. At this moment, Su Tian's heart was filled with shock. Since you've thought it through, then go on. Whether it's right or wrong, there has to be a result. Otherwise, wouldn't a person's life be too boring? After saying this, Su Yan directly turned and walked away. At this time, Su Tian still did not move. Back then, to her, Su Yan was an insurmountable mountain. However, in these days of following Xianxia, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the dragon realm. With such a realm, not to mention the Su family, even in the entire 5 counties, she was already the top. Therefore, she thought that she could stop her cousin's footsteps. This way, she could prevent her cousin from meeting Xianxia. In this way, her cousin would be able to save his own life. Only at this time did she realize that she was wrong, and so wrong that it was ridiculous. Time passed, and she, Su Tian, was constantly improving. However, her cousin would not stay in the same place. Cousin is indeed a genius. I should have thought of this long ago. At this time, her heart was filled with bitterness. Of course, she was not sighing about her own cultivation. She was sighing about the two of them meeting. She did not want the two of them to meet. One was the person she loved, and the other was her cousin. However, at this time, it seemed that the two of them were bound to fight. Thinking of this, she sighed in her heart. "I hope that everyone will be safe." Just as she sighed, Su Yan had already entered the core area. The moment he stepped in, he almost couldn't suppress his inner feelings. This was because he felt a shocking sword aura here. Of course, it was a sword treasure that could condense such a sword aura. At this time, a gentle voice sounded. "Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. We really met so soon." Su Yan naturally remembered this voice. Xianxia. Su Yan and Xianxia had only fought once, but Su Yan had a deep impression of this person. Not to mention other things, just his identity as the son of a devil was enough to make people afraid. Su Yan said, "Fast horse?" "Not necessarily, it's been a long time. It's just that back then I was still sitting in a cave looking at the sky." At that time, he thought that he could fight with Xianxia. However, it seemed that he was still too naive back then. Xianxia's aura was surging like the sea. It was too vast. At that time, his realm was limited, so his strength was limited. If Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill him at that time, then he wouldn't even have the slightest chance at this time. Xianxia turned his head and said, "That's not entirely true. Back then I was indeed better than you, but that's all. Su Yan, you're a dragon among men. It's just that the environment of the 5 prefectures is dangerous, so it's like a cage that imprisons you. However, you were able to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. This is already very admirable." Su Yan did not comment. There was no point in saying this. His gaze fell on the center, where there was a small pond. However, what was flowing in the pond was not water, but sword aura. The endless sword aura was compressed and turned into a flowing water. This was the true sacred ground of the Taihang sword faction. The energy source of the Taihang 9 evolutions formation was here. The energy here was really terrifying. If the energy here could be directly extracted, it would be terrifying to the extreme. At this time, there was a dark light between the formation and the sword pond. Presumably, the dark light was the method of the limitless demon sect. It caused the Taihang 9 evolutions formation to lose its power and stop operating. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. With the passage of time, this pitch-black light would definitely be dispersed by the supreme sword qi. At that time, this great formation would be reactivated. Xianxia had come here to prevent the formation from being reactivated. Of course, with his methods, it would not be so simple. At least at this time, Su Yan could see that he was still devouring the sword aura here. As expected, someone who could become the son of a demon of the limitless demon sect could not be a mediocre person. Su Yan was already impressed by his ambition. "Brother Su, are you going to stop me?" he asked. Su Yan smiled. This was a natural thing. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to continue doing whatever he wanted. Su Yan used his actions to answer. At this time, he slashed down with a sword light directly towards Xianxia. The one who led all of this was Xianxia. As long as Xianxia was not in charge, the power barrier should be destroyed. Xianxia obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. He gently shook his head and said, "Su Yan, do you think I'm controlling this power to isolate the formation? Unfortunately, you're wrong. At this time, the demonic shadow-devouring cloud no longer needs my control." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The power of the two sides suddenly collided. The powerful force constantly rushed in all directions, causing endless sword cries. This place was baptized by the supreme sword aura all year round and had become incomparably hard. If not, this place would have collapsed long ago. Su Yan's expression changed. The situation was worse than he thought. "Su Yan, since you're here, why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, you may have a chance to stop the demonic shadow-devouring cloud. If you lose, then even if you're Tian'er's cousin, I won't hold back." These words were already in the hope that Su Yan would retreat in the face of difficulties. He really had feelings for Su Tian. He knew Su Yan's personality. There were many things that she did not like to say, but when it really happened, she would know how sad she was. However, Su Yan had already made his move, so this battle could not be stopped. In this world, there were many things that one could not do. One could only blame fate. At this time, the two young powerhouses finally began to fight for real. Chapter 8:20. Female Literature. In a short period of time, the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. At this time, Su Tian had already arrived. However, she did not speak. At this time, she seemed to be unable to do anything other than pray that the two of them would be safe. However, in such a battle, how could both of them be safe and sound? The initial probing was over in an instant. After the probing phase, it was time for the real fight. Su Yan was very powerful. His sword qi had the ability to kill gods and ghosts. However, Xianxia was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. At this moment, Xianxia was not a venerable, but Su Yan did not dare to underestimate his strength. Previously, he had killed venerable skeleton Mei with a single sword strike. However, facing this person, Su Yan's heart was full of fear. The battle had only just begun. He did not know what tricks the other party would suddenly use. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not have much time left. He had to resolve everything here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demonic cloud really devoured the power of the sword pool, the Taixing 9 Evolution's great array would be finished. The power of the demonic cloud would also become extremely powerful. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. At this time, the two of them had their own plans. Their strength was constantly increasing at this time. In just a few dozen seconds, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows. "Su Yan, you are really powerful. It has not been long since we last met, but your strength has already increased to such a level. This is very good. Xianxia laughed. At this time, his expression became more and more solemn. At this time, Su Yan was also the same. No need to talk nonsense. We have to determine a winner. What's the point of saying all this? The two of them exchanged blows. This won't do. This Xianxia is really too difficult to deal with. If this continues, even if I can defeat him in the end, I'm afraid the sword pool will be finished. Su Yan's heart trembled. He was even more afraid of this guy. Putting other things aside, Xianxia's combat strength was really powerful. Su Yan had many opponents, and many of them had already been surpassed by him. However, there were a few people that he was still very wary of. Among these people, the one that Su Yan was most wary of was Duanmu Longhu. This was a character who had been resurrected several thousand years ago. His schemes and methods were frightening. However, the Xianxia in front of him was not inferior to him at all. At this moment, Su Yan already had the intention to kill. Today was actually a good opportunity. If he could kill him today, then he would have one less powerful enemy in the future. However, killing such a character was naturally not so easy. But as long as there was a chance, Su Yan would give it a try. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "It seems that Brother Su wants to kill me?" Su Yan did not comment and said, "You and I are enemies. If I can get rid of you now, it's naturally a good thing." Unfortunately, it was not easy to get rid of him. At this moment, Xianxia said, "If you want to kill me, your strength is not enough." No, it should be said that it's difficult to deal with Venerable Skeleton Mei. Brother Su Yan, you must have other methods. Don't be so stingy. Why don't you just take it out and let me see it? Of course, I should also take out my true strength. Heavenly Demon Battle Armor. He shouted softly. Around his body, something that looked like a piece of clothing appeared. When this item appeared, Su Yan's expression became serious. He could feel that at this moment, the other's aura had increased by at least 50%. This was like Rosen's demon god armament. Of course, Su Yan could also see that the power of this item seemed to be slightly weaker than the demon god armament. The first elder of the ghost killing hall was indeed powerful to be able to take out such a good item. Of course, even so, the heavenly demon battle armor was indeed powerful. The power of the two people constantly clashed. Such power was simply incomparably violent. Gradually, Su Yan actually already fell into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he directly said, "What, Su Yan, are you still not willing to take out your true strength? If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." At this moment, Su Yan was still bitterly holding on. At least for a while, he was not willing to use the power of Ghost Face. Revered Sun Shattering. There's no need to use that method. This is the Sword Lake Sacred Land. In the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the power of sword cultivators could naturally increase here. He also wanted to see how far his power could reach. The sword chi began to circulate wildly. At this moment, the revered sword soul seemed to have been resurrected. Su Yan could feel that the revered sword soul was slowly breathing. Su Yan clearly knew that if he wanted to become stronger, his body was important, but the most fundamental thing was still his sword cultivation. Of course, at this moment, if he could still withstand the power of Ghost Face for a short period of time, he would do so. Su Yan's Scorching Sun sword continued to attack from various angles. The power of each sword was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, after using the Heavenly Demon Battle Armor, this person's methods were extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Yan could no longer be in a stalemate with him. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly became illusory. After slashing out with his sword, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew forward. In the end, his ultimate goal was not to kill Xianxia, but to get rid of the demonic cloud. If the demonic cloud was removed, then everything would be easy. Su Yan, when you and I are fighting, you're still distracted. You're looking down on me. There was a hint of anger in his words. This was the most important thing for him on this trip. If it was ruined by Su Yan, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Originally, there was still Hua Yunfei among the 3 sons of demons. However, at this moment, there were only 2 people left. It seemed that there was one less competitor, but in fact, the pressure on him had increased greatly. Therefore, at this moment, he absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. His heavenly demon battle armor immediately changed, and a pair of wings appeared on him. With the help of the wings, his speed became even faster. Although it was only a short fight, he could already see that Su Yan's speed was a great threat. If he could not suppress Su Yan's speed to a certain extent, then he would be scared out of his wits. However, the heavenly demon battle armor just happened to give him such an ability. Infinite demonic cloud. The moment he caught up with Su Yan, he immediately began to use his power. At this time, with his attack, the demonic cloud seemed to be attracted, and it directly split into a beam of demonic light, directly slashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became cold. This kind of power made him feel shocked. At this moment, he slashed down with his sword, and the daybreak sword suddenly appeared. At this moment, countless sword lights turned into flowing flames. What a powerful sword chi! However, it's still futile. Su Yan's strategy was indeed correct. If he continued to fight with him, he did not know when the outcome would be decided. Therefore, he made a feint and directly went towards the demonic cloud. According to Su Yan's estimation at this moment, the demonic cloud was entangled with the power of the sword pool, forming a delicate balance. Su Yan only needed to destroy this balance at that moment. Then all of this would naturally become a bubble. However, he did not know that he could temporarily draw power from the demonic cloud. How could the demonic cloud suppress the sword pool? It should be known that the power of the sword pool of the Taihang sword faction was difficult to suppress even for peak Dao masters or even sovereigns. This demonic cloud of the boundless demon sect was personally controlled by the sect leader. This little bit of power might not be very strong, but that was only relative to the sword pool and the demonic cloud. For Su Yan and him, this was a supreme power. Su Yan, I actually don't want to kill you, but at this moment, I have no choice but to kill you. At that time, he did not kill Su Yan because he was selfish and wanted to use Su Yan as a chess piece. At this moment, he might have had such thoughts. However, it was a pity that by this time, Su Yan had already become a major threat to the Grandmaster. Therefore, no matter what, Su Yan had to die. The power of the demonic cloud suppressed down, mighty like the might of heaven. At this moment, no matter how powerful Su Yan's strength was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this attack. However, he suddenly found that something was wrong. At this time, Su Yan was a little too calm. At this time, he was still as calm as ever. Su Yan was not a fool. It was impossible for him not to sense the power of the demonic cloud. However, at this time, he was still so calm. There was only one possibility: Su Yan had something to rely on. At the next moment, Su Yan displayed this reliance. Shengguanxing, you used the demonic cloud to kill me. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you forgot that this is the sword pool. After Su Yan finished speaking, Shengguanxing's heart beat rapidly. Of course, he would not forget that this was the sword pool. However, the power of the sword pool was so strong. Could it be that Su Yan could borrow this power? In the next moment, this suspicion vanished into thin air because Su Yan had already activated this power. Sword Pinnacle, Grand Heavenly Cloud Sword. At this time, the power of the sword pool surged and gathered directly towards Su Yan's body. In just a moment, his power had reached an unprecedented level. The power of the demonic cloud was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's power was even stronger. Su Yan was indeed not enough to mobilize the sword pool, but Shengguanxing did not know that Su Yan had a divine item like the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul. When he entered this place, the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul had already produced a subtle resonance with everything here. Chapter 821. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had become half the owner of this place. Moreover, the boundless sword chi could follow one's will. Su Yan had never been a reckless person. If he did not have anything to rely on, he would not have rashly entered the sword pool. It was precisely because he felt the aura of the sword pool that he was able to enter directly. In fact, he had made the right bet this time. Brother Shangguan, it's just as you said. I don't want to kill you. But today, you and I must decide who's the winner. In an instant, the sword moved according to his heart, and a terrifying sword light rushed directly to the sky at this time. The demonic clouds rolled, but they were destroyed in an instant. This time, the outcome was decided so quickly. After destroying the demonic clouds, the power of the sword qi did not weaken at all. The terrifying power directly rushed down, and such a power destroyed everything. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although it was only temporarily used, the majestic sword qi was still nourishing his body and everything about him. At this moment, his realm was loosening, and there were faint signs of advancement. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with killing intent. This was the best opportunity to kill Shangguan Sheng. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know what other means he would have to go out and kill him. Cousin, have mercy. At this moment, seeing Su Yan like this, Su Tian finally exclaimed unconsciously. This exclamation finally made Su Yan slow down by half a beat. Although he had previously said that he would not care about the slightest bit about feelings, when faced with such a situation, how could he be so calm? It was also because of this short hesitation that Shangguan Sheng directly seized the opportunity. Heavenly demon disintegration, destroy everything. All the previous thoughts had faded away, and the only thing left was the determination to kill Su Yan. The heavenly demon battle armor directly left his body. The heavenly demon battle armor was the inheritance treasure of the limitless demon sect, so it was naturally very powerful. But at this time, he didn't have any misgivings. If such a treasure could be exchanged for Su Yan's life, then it would be really worth it. The heavenly devil battle armor instantly turned into a terrifying demonic shadow. At this moment, it actually felt like a demonic god had descended. Su Yan did not react in time and was immediately swallowed up by this terrifying power. Shangguan Sheng sneered in his heart, Su Yan, you are indeed strong. Unfortunately, I must kill you today. At this time, within the endless terrifying aura, Su Yan's aura was directly drowned out. That terrifying sword light finally began to dissipate. Seeing the scene, he judged that Su Yan was definitely going to die at this moment. Since he was already dead, then today was a great success. Without Su Yan, no one else would be able to affect this place. The demonic shadow would definitely devour the power of the sword pool. At that time, the sect master of the limitless demon sect's cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the sovereign realm, even the legendary holy realm would not be impossible. At that time, in the entire Jiuzhou continent, who would be able to stop the sect master's footsteps? Since he had made such a great contribution, he was naturally rewarded by the sect master. Of the 3 demon sons of the demon sect, Hua Yunfei was already dead. He only had one opponent left. But after making such a great contribution this time, what else could that person use to compete with him? He must be the limitless demon sect's crown prince. In fact, this time was also very dangerous for him. If Su Yan had not hesitated at that time, he would not have been able to find an opportunity. Even he himself would have died in Su Yan's hands. However, it was still a pity that someone like Su Yan died so sadly. Forget it. If I die, then I die. It's better than dying by myself. He calmed himself down. If he died, then everything would be over. Nothing would exist anymore. At the very least, at this time, he was still alive. That was enough. He went directly to Su Tian's side. At this time, Su Tian was still stunned. Obviously, at this time, she was still unwilling to believe what had happened in front of her. Su Yan died just like that? His cousin, Su Yan, had actually died just like that without making a sound. She was extremely sad. Although her strength could not keep up with the two of them, she had seen the previous scene with her own eyes. Her anxious call earlier made Su Yan stop what he was doing. But the price for stopping was extremely heavy. Because of her call, Su Yan had died. Young master, is my cousin really dead? Su Tian asked in a trembling voice. Shangguan Sheng looked back and saw that the sword qi had gradually returned to the sword pool, but Su Yan's aura was not left at all. His attack was accompanied by the boundless power of the demonic cloud. Not to mention Su Yan, even a Dao master would be killed by this attack. He gently wiped away Su Tian's tears. He's dead. It's a pity that such a person died like this. However, I'm still alive. Back then, he had brought Su Tian out of the Su family on a whim. However, he did not expect that this woman would be able to save his life today. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, Su Tian was very obedient. In his heart, he made up his mind to treat this woman more attentively in the future. Let's go. There are still many things to do. If these things are not taken care of properly, it won't be good. After saying that, he carried Su Tian up by her waist and lightly leaped, ready to leave. Today, the dust had finally settled on this matter. Among the younger generation, Su Yan was no longer present. The others in the Taihang sword faction were no match for him, not even Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Unfortunately, at this moment, a loud roar erupted from the sword pool. Sheng Guansheng's body was still floating in the air, but his attention had been attracted by this scene. Supreme Infinite Sword. Destroy. This was Su Yan's voice. Such a firm and persistent voice suddenly exploded. Then, Sheng Guansheng suddenly felt an extremely terrifying power appear. At this moment, this power was not directed at him, but at this moment, it was already enough to make him feel fearful. It was as if he was facing a terrifying death god. Su Yan, you're still alive. At this moment, the shock in his heart was imaginable. After being hit by the demonic cloud's power, Su Yan was still so energetic. More importantly, the sword chi that Su Yan displayed at this moment was still so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan did not even look back at him. The sword chi in his hand was just moving, and his power directly attacked the demonic cloud. Such power was not his own power, but the power of the sword pool. Sheng Guansheng's previous attack directly turned the situation around, causing Su Yan to fall into a dead end. Even Su Yan himself felt that he would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect the power of the sword pool to directly wrap around him. It was as if a huge palm had appeared and directly surrounded him. The terrifying demonic cloud's power did not bombard his body at all. Instead, it was completely neutralized by the power of the sword pool. On the other hand, he was dragged into the sword pool. As his body sank into the sword pool, boundless sword chi immediately gathered. The boundless sword chi did not cause any harm to his body. Instead, it baptized Su's body. As a result, Su Yan's strength greatly increased. At this moment, he was simply walking with the vigor of a dragon and a tiger. Under such a cleansing of power, his realm broke through again, and he actually directly stepped into the Seven Dragons' realm. Not only that, but he could also control the power of this place for a shorter period of time. With such an attack, he even felt that he could directly kill Yan Xiao. Killing Sheng Guansheng would not be a problem. However, at this moment, he knew the severity of the situation, so he did not attack Sheng Guansheng. Instead, he slashed at the demonic cloud. The demonic cloud's existence was to completely cut off the connection between the sword pool and the Taihang 9 Evolution's grand formation, and to devour the power of the sword pool. Once the power of the sword pool was devoured, the demonic cloud would become incomparably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a pair of huge pushing hands behind the demonic cloud. Although he did not know who this pushing hand was, he thought that it must be an extremely powerful figure. Right now, compared to this big shot, he was simply not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, he was not facing this big shot, not to mention that he had the help of the sword pool. As the sword slashed down, the entire sword pool's sacred ground began to tremble. Boundless sword chi began to ripple, and the incomparably powerful swords that were scattered outside seemed to have been summoned. The cries of countless long swords continued to resound at this moment. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. Destroy! Following this final roar, the sword chi pressed forward with indomitable will. The terrifying sword chi directly engulfed everything. At this moment, there was no longer any power that could stop it. An extremely powerful consciousness burst out from the demonic cloud. Unfortunately, with Su Yan leading it, it could not stop it. The sword pool had its own consciousness. However, this consciousness was very shallow, so it seemed so weak in the battle with the demonic cloud. It was suppressed by the demonic cloud to the point that it almost dissipated. And Su Yan's appearance gave him a chance to condense his will. The huge consciousness roared, "You're courting death." The two words were so clear that they rushed towards Su Yan. It was an extremely pure mental power. In terms of mental power alone, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was almost not inferior to the evil sword Hanyu. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This person's power could reach such a level. If it were not for the fact that it was only revealed from the demonic cloud and the power of the sword pool, he would have died this time. Chapter 8:22. Female literature. However, these were all hypotheticals, and they were not reality. Therefore, this time, Su Yan won, and also Taixing won. Su Yan looked directly at him with an indescribable majesty in his eyes. "Shengguan Sheng, I've won this time." Su Yan's words were very straightforward, but he did not intend to make another move at this time. Although he had borrowed the sword pool's power, it had consumed a lot of his energy. After all, it was a huge burden for his body to bear such a powerful and terrifying power. Shengguan Sheng's expression kept changing. He originally thought that he had made a great contribution this time, but he did not expect to lose in the end. Nevertheless, someone who could reach this stage was naturally not someone who could not let go. He also knew that there was no other way at this time. Even if he wanted to, he could not turn the situation around. "Brother Su, you're indeed amazing. I'll remember this time. If there's a next time, we'll definitely compete again." With that, he continued to carry Su Tian and left. This time, the sword pool's plan had failed in the end, but it was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Previously, he had intercepted the sword pool's power to temper his body. He was now a powerhouse in the Nine Dragons boundary. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have advanced to become a venerable one long ago. However, he had never done so. What he needed to do was to break through all the coolness and make himself stronger. Over the past few years, he had been thinking of ways to temper his body. And this time, his cultivation method had almost reached perfection. As long as he calmed down, he would definitely become a venerable one. Among the three demon sons, he was the youngest, so his cultivation could not be compared to the other two. However, since Hua Yunfei was dead, his only opponent was that guy. Even Shengguan Sheng felt uneasy when he thought of that guy. Young master, Su Tian, who was in his arms, called out worriedly at this moment. This time, both Su Yan and Shengguan Sheng did not die, which was the situation she was most happy to see, but she also knew very well that Shengguan Sheng had failed in the end. This was not a good thing for him. From the day she saw Shengguan Sheng, Su Tian had already fallen in love with this man. Since she loved him, she had to consider and plan for him. Su Tian was not ambitious. She was a very quiet woman. However, it was precisely this kind of woman who was so stubborn about love. "Don't worry. Even though I failed, I still gained something. Moreover, this is just a part of the plan. The sect leader won't make things difficult for me. Moreover, after this, I will be able to break through to the Zunqi realm. When that time comes, I will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. My status will not drop." Shengguan Sheng gently kissed her forehead. This woman was willing to sacrifice so much for him. He was truly touched. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he watched Shengguan Sheng leave with Su Tian. That's fine. At least this is her own choice. He had promised the Su family that if it was possible, he would bring her back. But now, it seemed that Su Tian was unwilling to go back. At this moment, his body became light, and he fell into the sword pool once more. As soon as he entered the sword pool, dense sword chi once again surged toward his body. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly awakened. It actually began to devour the sword chi in the sword pool. Of course, this kind of devouring was naturally incomparable to the demonic clouds from before. The God-Slayer sword's devouring was more like a steady stream. This surprised Su Yan a little. He knew very well about the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was so powerful that he would not care even if it devoured all the sword chi in the sword pool in one go. However, the God-Slayer sword was actually so gentle at this moment. However, this could not be any better. If the Godslayer's sword really devoured too much, he would have a headache. At this moment, as he watched the sword pool's power gradually converge into the crystals, he breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation should be reactivated. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation had indeed reappeared. Just as the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, the Limitless Demon sect, and the various sects and factions were fighting with their lives on the line, the sky above the Taihang Sword faction changed once again. The originally somewhat obscure skies suddenly became bright at this moment. This feeling was as if the scorching sun had risen from the east, and the blazing sunlight directly shone down. This was definitely not the light of the scorching sun, because this light did not have the slightest bit of warmth to speak of. Instead, what existed within it was incomparably eerie. It was as if an endless cold wind was piercing through one's bones. When the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction saw this light, they were all incomparably excited. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation has reappeared. As soon as this news spread, the flames in their hearts were completely ignited. This Great Formation had been protecting the Taihang Sword faction since its birth. This sword formation had become a kind of faith. When this sword formation no longer appeared, that faith immediately collapsed. At this moment, the sword formation reappeared. In just a few breaths' time, 9 huge long swords appeared in the sky. The 9 swords hung in the sky, displaying an incomparably majestic aura. The 9 swords were like pillars that held up the sky. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying sound rang out in the sky. It seemed to be the sound of a strong wind blowing, but it was more like the sound of a horn of death. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation was made up of 9 swords, all of which were heaven-derived swords. At this moment, Xianxia had already suppressed Xianxia to the point that he could not breathe. Xianxia, after becoming a Tao Lord, was simply too terrifying. His strength had already exceeded Xiao's expectations. At this moment, Xiao only wished that he could leave immediately. But at this moment, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation had reappeared. What's going on? Why did this Great Formation reappear? Didn't the sect master already make arrangements to deal with it? At this moment, his mind was in a mess. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation's reputation was simply too great. In the long history of thousands of years, this Great Formation had only been used 3 times. The first time, he had killed 3 Emperor Masters with a burst of power, and the second time, he had killed a Void Beast. Therefore, when the Boundless Demon sect took action, the first thing they did was to break this formation. But at this moment, the formation reappeared. Xianxia, you still dare to be absent-minded at this moment. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation's reputation was simply too great. Even the Tao Lord Xiao's mind was shaken at this moment. How could Xianxia miss such an opportunity? He directly clenched his fist, and 9 rays of sword qi appeared. If one took a closer look, one would find that the 9 rays of sword qi condensed into an illusory sword that was somewhat similar to the 9 swords of heavenly derivation hanging in the sky. 9 swords of devil slaying. Xianxia, I'll make you bow down here today. This move was the 9 swords of devil slaying, which he had comprehended based on the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation, although he had only comprehended it by himself. However, this move was also extremely terrifying. Before he became a Tao Lord, he was unable to unleash the full power of this sword. But now it was different. This time, he wanted to use the power of this sword to directly kill Xianxia. At this moment, the power of the 9 swords of heavenly derivation began to erupt. Countless rays of sword qi fell from the sky, forming a terrifying sword rain. This sword rain was so powerful that even a Dragon Realm expert would find it difficult to withstand it. More importantly, this sword rain would definitely not kill the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. Quick, run. In an instant, many of the demons who were originally very arrogant immediately cried for their parents. It was extremely miserable. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. This was the best time for them to kill their enemies. Xianxia was locked down by the 9 swords, which made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Xinchuan's sword had already sealed off all of his escape routes. At this moment, it seemed that he was left with no choice but to face it head-on. At this moment, Sect Master Xianxia also began to display his might. He was the sect master, and the Taihang sword was in his hands. At this moment, the power of the sword lake's sacred ground was released, and the power of the Taihang sword became even stronger. Xingtianrua, since you're already here today, then stay here. Xinchuan wanted to kill Yan Xiao, the 7th vice-sect master, but Xianxia wanted to kill Xingtianrua, the 3rd vice-sect master. The Wuji 9 demon seal was indeed a terrifying killing weapon. However, Xianxia's cultivation was high, and his sword Dao was even more terrifying. At this moment, the power of the sword lake surged into the Taihang sword, making him even more invincible. The power constructed by the limitless 9 Devils seal was instantly shattered. At this moment, Xing Tianrua's face was as white as paper, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, he immediately understood that today's situation was hopeless. With the appearance of the Taihang 9 expansion formation, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to defeat them. He was no longer a match for Xianxia. If this continued, he would probably die a horrible death. Although he was unwilling to accept this, he also knew that the situation was hopeless. Disciples of the Wuji demon sect, retreat. Although the Wuji 9 demon seal was defeated by the Taihang sword, it still had some power left. He needed to delay Xianxia for a while. Otherwise, if the enraged Xianxia unleashed his full power, no one here would be able to escape. At this moment, he also noticed Yan Zhao's predicament. He wanted to save Yan Xiao, but unfortunately, he was already at his limit. He wanted to delay Xianxia, but he was powerless. Blood Demon Escape Technique. At this moment, Yan Xiao was finally unable to withstand the powerful pressure. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, he decided to use the blood escape technique. It was just that trying to slip away under Xue Xingchuan's nose was not an easy task. Just to give himself enough time, he had directly cut off one of his arms and burned it, thus allowing him to escape. Chapter 823. Female Literature, Blood Escape Technique? It's the same old trick again. Doesn't your demonic sect have any new escape techniques? He sneered. His laughter was filled with disdain. In fact, the limitless demon sect's blood escape technique was extremely powerful and special. After using it, one only needed to pay a certain price to escape. Although the price was extremely high, at the moment of life and death, any price was worth it. Ordinary people would not be able to guard against this at all, not to mention that when such a secret technique was used, it would cause a huge destructive power. If the enemy's strength was not strong enough, they might be injured by this attack, or even be turned around directly. Unfortunately, this was only true for other people. In Xue Xingchuan's eyes, this technique was too old-fashioned. Back then, when Xue Xingchuan appeared out of nowhere, he was invincible. Naturally, there were many disciples of the limitless demon sect who fought with him. Many disciples of the limitless demon sect used this technique right under his nose. In the beginning, Xue Xingchuan couldn't do anything about it and even suffered a small loss. However, who was Xue Xingchuan? After the disciples of the limitless demon sect escaped one after another, he hardened his heart and researched this technique. Therefore, he was quite experienced in using the blood escape technique. Yan Xiao, if you were to use this in front of others, perhaps you might be able to escape with your life. However, in front of me, this is the same as seeking your own death and hastening your own death. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, the cold smile on his face grew even wider. At this moment, his strength had risen to the extreme. Above the 9 swords, there was actually a raging flame directly rising. At this moment, Yan Zhao's heart had truly fallen to the bottom of the valley. When he used the blood escape technique, he already felt uneasy. When he saw Xue Xingchuan's sneer, he was even more certain of his judgment. Third Elder, save me. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face. He started to shout for help. After all, The only person who had the ability to save him was the third vice sect master. Unfortunately, Xing Tianrua couldn't even save himself. In the beginning, sect master Xianxia was suppressed by the limitless demon sect's sect master using a secret method. Later on, Xing Tianrua was able to trap Xianxia with the limitless Nine Devils seal. Unfortunately, in order to save Xianxia, he had used the power of the limitless Nine Devils seal. Originally, he thought that Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would have thought that this was simply a disguise? At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have just watched Xianxia die. That way, Xianxia might not have been able to escape. But how could he have known that even without that time, Xianxia would still be able to escape? He would just need more time. Moreover, if he did not act, Xianxia would definitely be killed. In that case, no one would be able to keep Xue Xingchuan, who was a Dao sovereign, in check. Based on his strength, it was enough to influence the battle. Therefore, everything was in vain. In the end, they had underestimated the strength of the Taihang sword faction. If all 7 of the vice grandmasters were to arrive this time around, or even the grandmaster himself, the Sublime Flow Sword sect would definitely be annihilated this time around. Unfortunately, this was an impossible task. The Limitless Demon sect was composed of 3 great halls: the Ghost-Killing Hall, the Sinluo Hall, and the Limitless Hall. Although these 3 halls belonged to the Limitless Demon sect, they each acted independently. Outside of these 3 halls, there was the Sect Masters faction. In recent years, the Ghost-Killing Hall's strength had been declining, but the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall was the first vice sect master of the Limitless Demon sect. He was not an adult, but no one would look down on his existence. As for the other vice sect masters, other than Xianxia and Xing Tianrua, there were also a few who had their own plans. They were rarely seen and did things their own way. To a large extent, if not for the internal division of the Limitless Demon sect, the Limitless Demon sect would have already swept through everything. Of course, the Limitless Demon sect could not possibly send out everyone. Otherwise, the Limitless Demon sect's headquarters would definitely be attacked. The people of the Fierce Flame sect were not incompetent. They would not watch as the Taihang sword faction was destroyed. At this moment, the 9 swords that Xue Xingchuan had conjured were bursting with blazing flames. These flames were not ordinary flames. They were terrifying flames formed by condensing sword energy to the extreme. The power of these flames was simply unimaginable. Even some innately powerful flames would not be able to resist this power. These flames were incomparably hot, enough to fight against the heavenly lightning. They were the most effective against the blood escape technique. At this moment, Yan Zhao's miserable screams could be heard. His entire body began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was unimaginable. "Save me, save me." At this point, there was no way he could escape with his own strength. However, even if he wanted to ask for help, he could not. "Save you? No one can save you." Yan Xiao wanted to break off one of his arms to escape, but he did not manage to do so. Instead, he used up all his strength. At this moment, the situation was even more worrying. On the other side, Xianxia had firmly suppressed Xing Tianrua. The third vice sect master was probably going to die here today. Even the Limitless 9 Demons seal could not save him. The heavenly 9 swords in the sky were mercilessly reaping the lives of the people of the Limitless Demon sect and the other sections. At this point, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered a crushing defeat. If nothing happened, the people of the Limitless Demon sect would probably all die here today. At this moment, endless dark clouds suddenly rolled toward the Taihang sword faction. "Xianxia, you brat, you've been very impressive today. However, you've killed enough. It's time to stop." The voice was so gloomy that everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Before the voice disappeared, a gigantic demonic palm appeared in front of Xue Xingchuan and went straight for Yan Xiao. Xue Xingchuan's eyelids twitched. He immediately knew how powerful the attack was. "Damn it, get out of my way!" He roared furiously. The 9 swords actually merged into one at this moment. The power of the 9 swords merged into one was unparalleled. The unparalleled scorching sword fire was surging to the extreme. Such a terrifying power seemed to be able to obliterate everything in this world. However, it was a pity that the demonic palm only needed to wave to shatter this power. The demonic palm did not stop after shattering Shuexingchuan's sword qi. It continued to charge forward, wanting to kill Shuexingchuan. The fourth vice sect master. Xianxia was so happy that he almost cried. He was already standing on the edge of death. He did not expect this person to appear. The first vice sect master, the first elder of the ghost-killing hall, had not done anything for many years. However, this time he actually made a move and saved Xianxia. More importantly, the first vice sect master was obviously going to make a move on Shuexingchuan. Xianxia hated Shuexingchuan to the extreme. It would be best if the first vice sect master could kill Shuexingchuan. At the same time, the roars of countless evil spirits appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands or even millions of spirits had appeared. After these spirits appeared, they began to attack the 9 swords of heavenly divination. The first vice sect master, Xing Tianrua, was overjoyed. This time, the first and second vice sect masters made a move at the same time. It seemed that the Taihang sword faction would definitely be wiped out this time. The countless spirits temporarily blocked the 9 swords of heavenly divination, and the fourth vice sect master was enough to kill Shuexingchuan. In that case, as long as he could stall Xianxia, the limitless demon sect would win this time. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly became extremely hot. At this moment, Xianxia's face darkened. What a good boundless demon sect. They won't give up even if they want to kill me. It could be said that the Sublime Flow Sword sect had experienced a great calamity this time. Moreover, it was still a mystery whether they could survive this calamity. Haha, Xianxia, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves this time. The Taihang sword faction will definitely be wiped out this time. At this moment he was full of confidence. Even in the face of Xianxia's peerless might, he seemed to have the confidence to resist. Xianxia observed everything. He knew how dangerous the situation was at this time. He gritted his teeth and suddenly threw the Taihang swords into the sky. Seeing this, Xing Tianrua laughed. What, Xianxia, are you going to throw away your sword and surrender? This was the perfect opportunity to add insult to injury. How could he let it go? His voice reverberated throughout the world. However, the first vice sect master's demon-like voice could be heard at this moment. Fool, why aren't you running? Xing Tianrua was shocked. A huge sense of danger crept into his heart. Danger. Taihang heavenly voice, divine sword technique. At this moment, Xianxia's robes fluttered in the wind like a god. His gaze was firm and cold, and his aura was strong to the extreme. The Taihang sword factions lost divine sword technique. At this moment, even the fourth elder realized that something was wrong. The divine sword technique was a powerful technique passed down from the ancient times in the Taihang sword faction. It was immensely powerful. However, during the Great Ancient War, this inheritance had already been broken. After so many years, no one had heard of anyone who was able to use the divine sword technique. Could it be that Xianxia had already mastered it? There was no need to doubt this, because in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. The Taihang swords that had been thrown into the sky suddenly froze, as if they were embedded in the sky. Then, the Taihang swords shone brightly. The boundless power was like the radiance of the scorching sun. In the sky, the terrifying dark clouds that were formed by the accumulation of millions of ghostly shadows were forcibly burned into a hole. Chapter 824. Female Literature. The sword qi of the divine sword had just been released, but it already had such a terrifying might. The might of the divine sword technique was indeed boundless. Stop him! At this moment, the second elder suddenly shouted. He was trying to stop the heavenly 9 swords. If the heavenly 9 swords could not stop him, then under the boundless might of the formation, all the disciples of the limitless demon sect and the other sects would probably die here. These disciples were not very useful. However, once the number of disciples increased, the importance of these disciples would be highlighted. Therefore, the only person who could hope to stop Xianxia was the third deputy sect leader, Xing Tianrua. However, at this moment, Xing Tianruo was in a difficult situation. At this moment, he was intimidated by an extremely powerful force. He wanted to move. However, he knew very well that if he moved, he would attract a terrifying attack. Shen Jianyu had clearly locked onto him. Sword Mountain. When the two words left his mouth, the endless terrifying mountain peak had already turned into an incomparably powerful blade. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned upside down. It was also at this moment that the Sword Lake Sacred Grounds Sword Lake suddenly rolled. At this moment, Su Yan's original body was in the Sword Lake, but at this moment he felt the terrifying riot. He immediately opened his eyes, and an unforgettable scene appeared. The sword chi in the Sword Lake directly flew up, and all the swords in the Sword Lake seemed to have a life of their own. The sword chi filled the sky and kept accumulating, and in the end, it had actually turned into a mountain peak. Sword Mountain, this was a true sword mountain. Such a terrifying power, such a terrifying aura. If this sword mountain were to come down, no one here would be able to stop it. Xianxia is going to bring out the trump card of the Taihang sword faction. Don't fight him head-on, let's go. At this moment, he was finally unable to endure the enormous pressure because he deeply understood that if this continued, it was likely that everyone would die here. Dying like this was really not worth it. Therefore, at this moment, there was no way out, so they could only retreat. Moreover, if they didn't leave at this time, they would definitely die when Xianxia gathered his power. Xianxia was not a soft-hearted person. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was unknown how many people he had killed. There was no need to elaborate on how powerful he was. The power of the divine sword technique had already been displayed in his hands. On Taihang Mountain, with the help of the sword pool, his strength was simply terrifying. At this point, perhaps only the mysterious and unfathomable first vice sect leader and the sect leader could defeat him in person. However, could these two great figures really come in person? No, these two big shots couldn't casually appear at this time. They seemed to be restricted by some powerful force. You're only leaving now? Seeing the experts of the limitless demon sect retreating, Xianxia had no intention of stopping. Today, too many disciples had died here. Therefore, these people had to die today. The heavenly might of the divine sword technique had already shrouded the boundless territory. Such a violent might seemed to have turned the world upside down. At this moment, the second vice sect leader suddenly shouted, "Don't care about them, let's go." Countless ghostly shadows filled the air. The second vice sect leader was not a member of the Ghost Killing Hall, but he was extremely proficient in the Ghost Dao. At this time, if they wanted to escape safely, they could only let these evil spirits open the way. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. The might of the Taihang divine sword was simply unimaginable. Everything turned into smoke under such power. The power of these evil spirits was actually very strong. If it were an ordinary disciple, even in a one-on-one situation, it would be difficult to win. Unfortunately, it was the Taihang divine sword in front of them. Every ray of sword chi was an absolutely terrifying existence. Such power could destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan was lying in the sword pool, watching everything unfold. He had never felt that his strength was strong enough, but at this moment he knew that his strength was so weak. In front of such an expert, he was truly unable to withstand a single blow. Not to mention Xianxia, who was like a god, he could not fight against anyone else at this time. More importantly, this was his enemy, an opponent that he had to face. Now, there were only 2 months left before the demon ritual began. If he couldn't raise his cultivation base before then, perhaps only death would await him. However, sometimes, even if it meant death, these things had to be done. However, this time, the Taihang sword faction should have won. At this moment, the sword chi in the sky became even stronger. The people of the limitless demon sect had no strength to resist. If they stubbornly resisted, only death would await them. The second elder waved his hand and left. At this point, it was not that he did not want to care, but that he could not stay here any longer. His arrival had already caused a portion of the limitless demon sect's disciples to leave. Although this was only a small part of it, it was still very rare. After all, it was better than all of them dying here. At this moment, the third vice sect leader waved his limitless 9-demon seal. The 9 imprints converged at this moment, condensing into an unimaginable light. This was a terrifying demonic light. With a flash, it broke through the thousands of sword qi. He raised his hand and grabbed at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was already in a miserable state. It was completely different from when they first arrived. At this moment, one of his arms was completely destroyed. That was the price he had to pay for using the blood escape technique. Moreover, even after using the blood escape technique, he still could not escape. If it was not for the second vice sect leader's help, he would have already died. Naturally, such a situation was very tragic. Fortunately, he was still alive at this moment. As long as he was alive, he would be able to recover as long as the conditions were right. After these big shots left, the limitless demon sect immediately lost all momentum. After a fierce battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction finally welcomed the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction never lacked experience. However, this was the first time they had fought a battle like this. It had been so many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Sublime Flow Sword sect and wreak havoc. But this time around, the limitless demon sect seemed as though they were about to annihilate the entire Sublime Flow Sword sect. If it was not for the sect leader's powerful strength, if it was not for Xue Xingxuan's breakthrough to the Dao sovereign level, this would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. In the sky, the terrifying sword qi finally stopped. At this moment, everything finally quieted down. The heavenly 9 swords were still there. These 9 swords were like pillars that supported the sky. Today, the entire Taihang sword faction was saved. If it was not for the sword formation that appeared at the last moment, the entire Taihang sword faction might not have survived. This time, the survivors were happy, but more than that, they were sad. Many of their senior and junior brothers, as well as their friends, had lost their lives in this ambush. The Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was activated and enveloped the entire mountain gate. Although the bastards of the limitless demon sect had left, the crisis was not over yet. If the Taihang sword faction let down their guard at this moment, other people might have an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, the Taihang sword faction could no longer withstand such a setback. What this sect needed now was to reorganize itself. Therefore, to be safe, Xianxia activated the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. The power source of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was the Sword Lake's sacred ground. Therefore, Xianxia found Su Yan in the Sword Lake. Xianxia naturally guessed that this time, it was all thanks to Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, the Sword Lake sacred ground would have been destroyed. Once the Sword Lake sacred ground was destroyed, the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation would not be activated no matter what. Without the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation, the Taihang sword faction would really be wiped out this time. If that was the case, Xianxia would be the sinner of the Taihang sword faction. Even if he could rely on his powerful strength to escape, he would not feel good about it. Su Yan did not lose consciousness. He looked at Xianxia and tried to get up, but his body was firmly stuck in the sword lake. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. At this moment, Xianxia said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Since you were able to gain the recognition of the sword lake, I will lend you a hand." Xianxia gently waved his hand, and a stream of energy directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. When this stream of energy entered his body, Su Yan immediately felt his body begin to recover. The damage to his meridians also began to heal at this time. Without a doubt, this was the power of the sect master. Xianxia was simply unimaginable and had unimaginable power. Xianxia said, "I can see that this time, you have reached the level of 7 dragons. It is very rare for you to be able to reach this level in such a short period of time. However, breaking through under such circumstances will inevitably cause your state to be unstable. Since that is the case, I will lend you a hand." At this moment, the energy of the sword lake was still entering Su Yan's body. As if sensing Xianxia's presence, the Godslayer sword actually stopped absorbing the energy at this time. It was also because of this that Su Yan's body was able to fully digest the sword energy. Su Yan knew that this was a great thing for him. Such dense sword energy could improve his foundation in a short period of time. Chapter 825. Female Literature. It had been more than half a month since the last attack. However, even after such a long time, the Taihang sword faction was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. For Taixing Jianzai, this was simply too tragic. Although they managed to defeat the enemy and kill countless disciples of the limitless demon sect in the end. However, this did not change the fact that the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had lost their lives. So what if tens of thousands of the Taihang sword faction members died? It was meaningless. Because no matter how many of them died, their dead friends, seniors, juniors, and teachers would not come back to life. The Taihang sword faction had not experienced such sorrow in a long time. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation. Right now, they were all waiting for the sect leader to give the order. If Xianxia gave the order, they would definitely attack the limitless demon sect without any hesitation. Because right now, every one of them was filled with anger. These disciples had even lost their minds. However, as the sect leader, Xianxia naturally would not do that. This time, the Taihang sword faction had suffered too many losses. Let's not talk about the ordinary disciples first. They had actually lost 23 disciples above the dragon realm. One had to know that the Taihang sword faction originally had less than 60 disciples in the dragon realm. With this loss, they had already lost half of their number. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were both injured in this battle, but they were lucky. Mu Tianxing would protect them and prevent them from getting hurt. However, in such a large-scale battle, it was already good enough that they were able to stay alive. Even an expert like Mu Tianxing could not guarantee that he would be completely unharmed in such a large-scale battle. Because in such a large-scale battle, one would not know where one's opponent would appear from. Every single one of the venerable ones was terrifying, and they also had their own unique talents. In this battle, one of the venerable killed by Mu Tianxing was very good at hiding himself. If it wasn't for Fang Yueshan, who happened to be nearby, the consequences would have been very serious. She would be able to survive, but Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, whom she was protecting, would most likely perish. Of course, not to mention her, even the Feng ancestor was greatly wounded in this battle. The grand ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Berong, was slightly better off, but he was also injured. If even such a big shot was injured, one could imagine how fierce the battle this time was. Death was often accompanied by a firmer belief. After the baptism of this battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were more hardworking and determined than ever before. Whether it was hatred or unwillingness, this had become the motivation for their cultivation. This debt had to be settled eventually. Even if it wasn't now, it would definitely return in the future. As long as one was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, they would never forget this painful lesson. Some of the disciples had not yet recovered from their injuries, but they had already begun to cultivate diligently. In the Xue family, Xue Cheng lamented. This time, many of his old friends had died in this battle. Even if it was him, if it was not for Su Yan, who was conveniently protected, it was likely that he would have died in this battle. Battles had always been extremely cruel. This was something he had known for a long time. However, it was one thing to know, and another to experience it personally. Fortunately, his daughter was fine. Although she had suffered some minor injuries, it wasn't a big deal. The problem was that brat Su Yan. He had already heard that in this battle, Su Yan could be said to have made a great contribution. If it wasn't for Su Yan, the sword pool would have been taken by the limitless demon sect. If that was the case, not only would they not have won this battle, but the entire Taihang sword faction might have been destroyed. Such a contribution was practically the limit. Now that he thought about it, some things were quite strange. When he first met Su Yan, how could he have known that such a day would come? At that time, although he was grateful to Su Yan for saving him, he still held a grudge against Su Yan. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Su Yan's background was unknown. Moreover, he instinctively looked down on the 5 regions. If it wasn't for the ancestors' insight, he would not have valued Su Yan so much. Su Yan had been taken away by the sect master, Xianxia. There was news that Su Yen had comprehended something during the battle, so he had begun to cultivate in the sect master's residence. This was a great honor and opportunity. Everyone knew about Zhang Zei's cultivation. In this battle, he had almost single-handedly turned the tide, so one could imagine how much respect the countless disciples had for him. Of course, Su Yan's achievements had already spread. His reputation was already resounding enough. This time, after Su Yan's achievement of entering the sword pool alone spread, he was seen as a hero and idol by countless disciples. As his demonic beast, the Oriole was also welcomed by everyone at this moment. Countless disciples offered up delicacies to him. After all, the Oriole had killed countless disciples of the Boundless Demon sect this time. Many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were even saved by him. What are you thinking about? Mu Tianxing stood in front of the window and stared blankly into the distance. At this moment, Fang Yueshan walked over. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Fang Yueshan sighed in his heart. The truth was so strange. 1 or 2 months ago, when he saw Mu Tianxing, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because, even if his strength was limited due to some reason, if Mu Tianxing wanted to kill him, she could easily do it. Mu Tianxing was naturally not a murderous person, but Fang Yueshan definitely could not be as calm in front of her as he was today. Sometimes, if there was no relative equality between people, it would be impossible to even become friends. Now that he was a venerable, although he might not be able to defeat Mu Tianxing, he already had the qualifications to be her friend. Mu Tianxing did not turn her head. She only sighed and said, "The Boundless Demon sect is much more terrifying than we thought." This sigh was filled with helplessness. Fang Yueshan did not speak. He was also deep in thought. He used to be a member of the Boundless Demon sect. Because of his personality, he was basically just waiting to die. However, he clearly knew that what Mu Tianxing said was absolutely correct. The Boundless Demon sect was a colossus. The Taihang sword faction was also one of the 10 great sects, and also a supreme authority. However, in this battle, the Sublime Flow Sword School was actually suppressed to such an extent. Although the Boundless Demon sect was defeated in the end, no one felt happy about it. First of all, the Boundless Demon sect only sent 3 vice sect leaders this time. However, the Boundless Demon sect had 7 vice sect leaders. The first vice sect leader's strength was almost unfathomable. If he came personally this time, no one knew whether Zhang Zei, who was holding the Taixing Divine Sword, would be able to stop him. Second of all, other than the vice sect leaders, the Boundless Demon sect had an even stronger sect leader. Just how strong was this sect leader? They didn't even dare to imagine it, right? However, since he could become the sect leader, his strength must be above the first vice sect leader. This time, the two of them did not come to the Boundless Demon sect's attack. Even so, the Boundless Demon sect was suppressed to this extent. In the end, they had to rely on the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation and the sword pool to make a comeback. If this kind of battle were to happen again, no one knew if the Taihang sword faction would still exist in this world. However, it was fortunate that the Sublime Flow Sword sect managed to survive this calamity. After this disaster, he believed that the Sublime Flow Sword sect would have a completely new face. It would not be easy for the Boundless Demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction again. This time, the Boundless Demon sect had planted a spy in the Taihang sword faction. When the Boundless Demon sect launched the attack, they brought demonic clouds into the sword pool, which was why they were able to break the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation. If this grand formation had been activated at the beginning, it would have been extremely difficult for the Boundless Demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction. As for the spy, the sword pool was the most important place in the Taihang sword pool. Therefore, the identity of the disciple who was able to enter the sword pool was definitely not ordinary. Even the Boundless Demon sect would not be able to easily nurture a spy with such an identity. As for the spy, this spy was actually ranked 4th in the Taihang 10 swords. Although he could not be compared to Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, he was definitely one of the most famous young disciples in the Taihang sword faction. In the future, his achievements would definitely be limitless. Although it was impossible for him to become a faction leader. But in time, he would definitely become an elder of a region. However, he actually chose to betray the sect. This was truly puzzling. However, no matter what, this person's betrayal was already a fact. More importantly, after this incident, he actually managed to leave the Taihang sword faction alive. The Wang family also suffered a huge blow from this incident. This was because this disciple's name was Wang Jingqing. He was even related to Wang Baichuan. After such a bloody battle, the Taihang sword faction's disciples were very nervous. This news was enough to make people's hearts tremble. However, this news had actually spread. In an instant, the Wang family's disciples had become the target of public criticism. However, during such a tense period, they naturally could not be allowed to act recklessly. Although the higher-ups were suppressing them, there were still people pointing fingers at them. Naturally, there would also be small conflicts. Chapter 8:26. Female Literature. Another 5 days passed, and Su Yan finally came out of seclusion. This time, it was extremely important to him. He could feel the increase in his cultivation base. His sword chi had become extremely condensed. Although the solar-colored glass sword sutra had been merged with the regal sword mantra, the solar sword chi was still there. The cultivation in the sword pool this time allowed his sword chi to reach an unprecedented level. The condensation of sword chi meant that his cultivation had increased. This time, he had comprehended the fifth sword of the regal sword mantra, which was extremely rare. Xianxia had left long ago. He had too many things to take care of. This time, many disciples and elders of the Taihang sword faction had died in battle. As the sect master, he naturally had a responsibility. As Su Yan walked through the Taihang sword faction, the faint smell of blood still lingered. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the battle was and how many lives were lost. However, at this time, Su Yan also realized that the sect was different. Many disciples were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Unknowingly, Su Yan had already arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In terms of losses, Sword Forging Peak had suffered the most. The Sword Forging Peak Lord, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, had betrayed the sect, and the eldest disciple, Wuxia, had turned into a flame demon. When the Sword Forging Peak volcano erupted, many disciples were drowned in it. If the Wang family was still being criticized, then this time, the disciples of Sword Forging Peak would be having a hard time. After all, Hai Chuan was closely related to the Limitless Demon Sect's attack. If not for Hai Chuan, the Limitless Demon Sect's disciples would not have been able to enter the Taihang sword faction so easily. If not for Hai Chuan holding Xue Xingchuan back at the beginning, the number of people who died this time might have been much lower. However, the sect master had already ordered all disciples not to fight with each other. Su Yan walked directly to the peak. When the people of Sword Forging Peak saw Su Yan, they didn't know what to think. In the past, they had treated Su Yan as their enemy. But in the end, he realized that the person he had always respected was his enemy. And the person he hated the most was actually a major contributor to the Taihang sword faction. With such feelings, they didn't know what to say. At this moment, a person walked over. He was originally also a very talented youngster. On the path of sword forging, although he could not compare to Boundless, he was also a very outstanding figure. If his condition was not bad, he could even forge a famous sword. Unfortunately, he was only left with one arm. That arm had been chopped off by Su Yan himself. However, he didn't hate Su Yan at all because he clearly knew that if Su Yan didn't cut off his arm, he would have lost his life. Senior apprentice brother Su Yan. He, who had lost an arm, was actually lucky enough to survive. He was also lamenting the impermanence of the world. At this time, he was tidying up some things. The reconstruction of Sword Forging Peak couldn't be completed overnight. Not to mention other things, the houses of countless disciples were directly destroyed by the impact of the magma, not to mention the sword forging furnace and other things. And this time, the senior and junior apprentice brothers had also lost a lot. Therefore, although he had lost an arm, he had to do his best. He didn't expect to see Su Yan at this time. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Yan recognized him. That day, Boundless went crazy and almost killed him. However, Su Yan didn't expect him to survive. The disciple laughed bitterly and said, "What else can I do? It's better to live than to die. There are too many things to do in the sect, and sword forging peak is even more so. Since I'm still alive, I won't waste food. I'll help out if I can." He was once a sword forging genius, but at this time, he could only help out a little. He naturally didn't feel good, but facing reality, so what if he felt bad? He didn't have the ability to change all of this. Su Yen nodded helplessly. He could feel the loneliness in this person's heart. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yen, why are you here this time?" he asked directly. Su Yen smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to take a look." Naturally, he wouldn't tell this person that he came this time mainly to see Boundless in the magma cave below Sword Forging Peak. If he knew that Boundless was still alive at this time, his heart wouldn't be at peace no matter what. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yen, I'm really sorry. In the past I spoke ill of you, but who would have thought?" He paused and said, "Senior apprentice brother, help yourself. If you need any help, just call me." With that he turned and left. Su Yen ignored them and quickly walked into the magma cave. Feeling Su Yan's aura, the magma suddenly began to roll. Then, a shadow slowly appeared. This was the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor. This emperor's soul looked at Su Yen as if he was greeting Su Yen. Su Yen directly began to communicate with him with his divine sense. "Senior, I'm here." The Flame Demon Emperor's soul seemed to be about to die. Su Yen realized that this time, his divine sense was thinner than before. After a while, he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Still alive? Not bad. To be able to survive such a battle, you have some ability." Although he didn't make a move, he could see the battle outside. Although a battle of such a level couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was already top-notch. In front of such terrifying battle strength, Su Yan's strength was actually nothing. If these people wanted to kill Su Yen, they could probably kill Su Yen with a raise of their hand. Su Yen also knew that the main reason he was able to survive this time was because he didn't interfere in such a battle. And holding back Yen Xiao at the beginning was really a fluke. If at that time Yen Zhao's mind wasn't in chaos because of his fear of Xue Xingchuan, he would probably have been killed. You don't need to belittle yourself. Being alive is a kind of ability. The Flame Demon Emperor seemed to be able to see through Su Yan's thoughts, so he transmitted his divine sense again. Su Yen smiled bitterly. The Flame Demon Emperor continued, "Su Yen, I will remember your name. However, my soul is about to disperse." Su Yen was very surprised. The Flame Demon Emperor's soul was very powerful. Although it seemed to be a little weaker than last time, it was definitely not to the point where it would disperse. He even thought that he, this Flame Demon Emperor, still had a chance to be resurrected. "I will fuse my soul with his body, and then create him anew. In the future, he will still be boundless. Of course, he won't be a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, but a new flame demon, boundless." Su Yen didn't think that this Flame Demon Emperor would be like this. He would rather give up his own hope of being reborn to create a new flame demon. "Su Yen, you have to be careful. Your body has been used as a battlefield by others. There are many arrangements made by important people inside. I'm sure you don't need me to say it, but you should be able to understand that none of them are below me. So what your fate will be, I can't see through." Although he had only cooperated with Su Yen once, this Flame Demon Emperor had already treated Su Yen as a friend. Su Yen nodded in agreement. This wasn't the first time this matter had been brought up. It was just that at this time, he was consciously ignoring this point. After all, his current strength was unable to resolve the current predicament. So, even if he was worried, there was no use. Not worrying about the unclear future, this was Su Yan's thought. "Senior, don't worry. This junior knows what to do." The Flame Demon Emperor sighed. He naturally understood Su Yan's thoughts. Even he admired Su Yen. To be able to be so open-minded in the face of such a situation was naturally a very impressive thing. "I know what you're thinking, but if you can avoid using the power of those 3 hearts, try not to use it. Because at this time, your realm is not enough. That ghost face is too terrifying. So, you still have to be careful." Su Yan's heart trembled. If even this person said so, the horror of the ghost face could be imagined. This time, he was able to turn defeat into victory because of this person's means. If he hadn't directly suppressed the ghost face, even if he wanted to turn the tables, he would be powerless. Perhaps the best thing to do was to watch how the ghost face obliterated and killed him. Of course, you don't have to be too worried. You and he coexist as one. Moreover, he's not the main body after all. As long as you're strong enough, you can naturally defeat him. All of this actually depends on your own strength and means. Su Yan nodded slowly. He naturally knew this. As long as he could become a venerable as soon as possible, his control over his body would be much stronger. And if he could condense Tao marks, he might be able to completely resolve the hidden dangers of his body. Although it wasn't easy, Su Yan wouldn't waver at all. Since I'm going to completely dissipate, then I'll give you a gift. The flame in your sea of consciousness was originally a fire seed of my inferno world. If you can use it, it will definitely be of unexpected help to you in the future. It's just that you can't discover the beauty of it now. So, I'll teach you a method to control the flame. It's enough to let you reach an extremely high realm. Of course, you have a lot of things, and it's very complicated. How to choose among them is still up to you to grasp. Su Yan bowed and then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your help. He didn't expect that this person would give him such a thing. The Flame Demon King said with a smile, no need to thank me. My inferno world has already been destroyed. I don't want to see your world become the same. The evil demon clan is really terrifying. Although they were repelled by you back then, it won't be long before they make a comeback. After all, this clan's reproductive ability is really strong and unique. Chapter 827. Female Literature. Chapter 824. Test of Tao Mark. Su Yan's face was grim. He had already experienced the strength of the demon race back at the Divine Devil Island. At that time, he had only killed the demon overlord. If they were to encounter a demon god, it would be hard for them to survive. The strength of a demon god was stronger than most supremacies. As for the great demon god, he was an existence equivalent to a saint. Right now, which saint was still alive in this world? No, the saint had already become a legend. Furthermore, this world was not united yet. They were all fighting and killing each other. If the demon race were to tear through space and appear at this time, where would the living beings of this world go? All of this was worrisome. You don't have to think too much about it. After all, there are many things that can only be dealt with as they come. It's not too late to face them when they happen. Alright, I'll impart this method of controlling fire to you now. There's another thing that I'm sure you know as well. Take good care of Wuxia. After the Flame Demon Emperor finished speaking, a stream of flames rushed into Su Yan's consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan did not move at all. He allowed this stream of consciousness to rush into his consciousness. Closing his eyes, he started to digest this stream of energy. To him, this was truly a precious thing. If he could master everything here, then his strength would definitely increase again. After doing all this, the body of the Flame Demon Emperor started to fade. Then, he gradually approached Wuxia. It is impossible for a flame demon without a soul to survive in this world. That is why I have reformed your friend's soul. To him, this may be extremely cruel, but this is reality. He will need a very long time to recuperate before he can fuse with his new body. Of course, his appearance will change. When he succeeds, he will come to find you. Su Yan, go and do what you should do. Live well. At this point, the voice finally dimmed down completely. Su Yan knew that this senior had completely disappeared from this world. Sigh, no matter how powerful you are, you still can't escape the pain of death. What a pity. Of course, that was the case. But so what if it was a pity? Life and death were the laws of heaven and earth. Even Saint Venerables could not go against the laws of heaven. Since ancient times, the sages had all turned into dust in the end. Of those legendary characters, which one of them was still alive in this world? These powerful figures were already like this, let alone Su Yan? Su Yan was a person who had already died once, so he was much more indifferent to life and death. Life and death might be predestined, but what he had to do was to live his life to its fullest. his lover was still in the hands of the limitless demon sect. He definitely couldn't let Lulan become the sacrifice of the limitless demon sect's demon plan. At this time, the flame devil that Boundless transformed into looked at Su Yen. Su Yen also looked at the flame devil. At this moment, he clearly felt a familiar spirituality. He actually already has a trace of spirituality. After fusing with his soul, it seems that Boundless really can be revived. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. He sighed softly, then left. After all, he wasn't a god. This kind of thing wasn't something he could worry about by himself. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, it wasn't something he could care about. However, since he had already made an agreement with this person, he would naturally abide by it. After leaving Sword Forging Peak, Su Yen directly returned to the Shui family. To him, the Taihang sword faction had the closest relationship with him was the Shui family. After this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, the Shui family was the same. However, compared to the Wang family and the Feng family, the Shui family was actually a bit better. However, there were still many casualties. When Su Yen entered the Shui family's disciples all greeted him. Su Yen came from the Shui family, which was something they were proud of. After arriving at the Shui family's residence, Su Yen went straight to the Shui family's ancestral hall. He knew that Shui Xingchuan would definitely be there. Looks like you've gained a lot this time. Just as Su Yen arrived at the courtyard, Shui Xingchuan's voice could be heard. At this moment, Su Yen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked ahead. As far as the eye could see, everything began to change. It was as if the house in front of him was starting to distort. This situation was definitely not natural. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a change would occur. However, in the next moment, he came back to his senses. Dao marks. This is the power of a Dao sovereign. He didn't react at first, but he immediately felt it now. This was the power of Dao marks. This power was extremely strange. It had already surpassed his understanding and imagination. It was extremely powerful. Although before today, he wasn't a match for Shui Xingchuan. Now, Shui Xingchuan could deal with him as easily as blowing off dust. In fact, if he didn't notice, he would be silently killed by Shui Xingchuan. The power of Dao marks was that they could change the rules. Just like now, Su Yen found that the world around him had started to distort. This wasn't a simple illusion. In his perception, the world was really like this. Because Shui Xingchuan was relying on his Dao marks to distort the rules around him. At this moment, Su Yen was in awe. It seemed that he had underestimated Dao sovereigns. When he fought with Yan Xiao, he relied on the existence of an aureole, which was why he was so brave. At this moment, it seemed that if Yan Xiao hadn't been restrained by Shui Xingchuan and wanted to preserve the power of Dao marks to kill Shui Xingchuan, he would have died even if there was an aureole. What he did was still too risky. Although he was lucky enough to survive this time, what if there was a next time? Therefore, strength was the foundation of everything. If he wanted to be invincible in this world, strength was a must. Of course, he also knew that Shui Xingchuan was testing him. At this moment his power burst forth. Then, a powerful sword chi was formed. Facing such power, Su Yen had no other way. This was the distortion of Dao marks, which directly changed the rules. If he wanted to find the rules, it would be impossible for him to do so. If he could really do it, then the power of Dao marks would be too laughable. Therefore, the best way at this time was to use force to break the technique. Su Yen used all his power to condense sword chi to see if he could break this rule. The sword chi on Su Yan's forehead condensed at this moment, and a scarlet sword light shone. Such power naturally contained boundless destructive power. Such a blow was enough to completely destroy the small courtyard. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword chi didn't even have the slightest ripple. He was completely enveloped by Dao marks. In other words, he had entered a strange world. Although it was an exaggeration, it wasn't far off. Grand Supreme, Sword Pinnacle. Since he knew that Shui Xingchuan was testing him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. This sword was the sword move of the Grand Supreme Sword Cannon that he used during the battle with Shangguansheng. This sword slashed out with unbelievable power. He directly communicated with the sword pool and destroyed everything. This sword move was simple and pure without any fancy moves. At this moment, Su Yan's power condensed into a straight line, shattering everything in its path. However, this indomitable momentum stopped after a while. He frowned. His overbearing power had actually disappeared in such a short time, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the scene in front of Su Yan changed again, and everything was reversed. The Xue family's ancestral hall was still simple and unadorned, and the white clouds in the sky were still drifting leisurely. Everything that happened before seemed to be just a dream. However, Su Yan understood that everything that happened before was definitely not a dream. Not bad, your sword move is enough to threaten ordinary venerable ones. At this moment, Su Yan realized that Xue Xingchuan had appeared in front of him. He didn't even know how Xue Xingchuan appeared. This showed how powerful Xue Xingchuan was now. Senior, congratulations on becoming a Dao Master. Su Yan congratulated him. The two words, Dao Master, were extremely heavy. Throughout history, there were countless cultivators, but how many of them had the ability to become a Dao Master? Not to mention now, even in the most prosperous ancient times, there were not many. Xue Xingchuan was able to become a Dao Master at such a young age, so there was no need to talk about him. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan's battle strength was extremely high. After becoming a Dao Master, his battle strength was simply terrifying. Yan Xiao was also a Dao Master, and he was able to become the 7th deputy suzerain of the Boundless Demon sect. How could his battle strength be weak? However, such a person could not even escape in front of Xue Xingchuan. If it weren't for the appearance of the second vice sect master of the Boundless Demon sect, he would have definitely been killed. Su Yan would not underestimate such a person. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. Becoming a Dao Master is something that comes naturally to me." He said this sentence calmly and naturally. A realm that was unattainable to others was easily within his reach. However, he had been suppressing himself because he wanted to condense the most powerful Dao marks. If possible, he did not want to become a Dao Master so early. However, in the scene that day, if he did not become a Dao Master, it would be extremely difficult to kill Yan Xiao, and many unforeseen events would occur. Therefore, he had no choice but to do so. Senior, this junior admires your righteousness. Su Yan knew that if Xue Xingchuan was given more time, he could become even more powerful. Chapter 828. Female Literature. There's no such thing as being righteous or not. I think that if it were you, you would do the same. Let's not talk about him. It's good that you've become a Dao sovereign. Su Yan, you must remember that the higher your realm, the further you can see. There are many things that you didn't understand in the past, but when your realm is high enough, you'll be able to see clearly. Your battle strength is very strong, which is naturally rare, but you can't fall behind on the path of cultivation. Su Yan knew that this was Xue Xingchuan's guidance for him. He was naturally grateful for this. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't slack off. In fact, Su Yan's current realm was already very high. When he first entered here, he was barely at the realm of 1 dragon, but in just 1 or 2 years, he had already reached the realm of 7 dragons. This realm had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. And his battle strength was even more so. It was simply invincible. However, this was only in their generation. If he encountered some experts of the older generation, Su Yan's battle strength would already be insufficient. For example, if he encountered Yan Xiao, and Yan Xiao was determined to kill him, Su Yan's chances of escaping alive were really not high. You're already preparing to leave the Tai Hang sword faction, right? Xue Xingchuan asked. Su Yan said, I have to leave sooner or later, and now, it's about time. The Limitless Demon sect views the plan of the demons as extremely important. When the time comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. This time, you've already fought with one of the sons of demons, so you should know how strong they are. And Shangguansheng is definitely not the strongest one. Su Yan's expression did not change. He only said indifferently, some things have to be tried. If you don't even dare to try, then what's the point of living in this world? Hearing Su Yan's words, Xianxia knew that he could not dissuade Su Yan. In fact, in his opinion, Su Yan's trip was no different from suicide. Alright, since you want to go, I naturally won't stop you. This time you go first. When the time comes, we'll act according to circumstances. At this time, Su Yan heard some other meaning from his words. Could it be that the sect is going to take action this time? Su Yan asked. Xianxia nodded. Our Taihang sword faction has suffered heavy losses this time. The strength of the limitless demon sect had been fully displayed. If the Taihang sword faction didn't do anything now, wouldn't that mean that they were too weak and powerless? Therefore, this time, the sect leader will make a move. This is your chance. If the limitless demon sect hadn't gone too far this time, sect master might not have made up his mind to fight them. But this time, they've gone too far. This time, the actions of the limitless demon sect not only made the Taihang sword faction hate them, but also provoked the other sections. The Raging Flame sect and the limitless demon sect had always been at each other's throats. But this time, the Taihang sword faction was directly attacked. Although the Taihang sword faction managed to survive in the end. But what about the next time? What if the limitless demon sect directly attacked the Raging Flame sect next time? Therefore, after this incident, their fear of the limitless demon sect had increased once again. At this time, the limitless demon sect had become the public enemy. The limitless demon sect's plan wasn't a big secret, because for so many years, someone from the limitless demon sect would always carry out this plan. If it was in the past, the other sects might not have cared so much. But it was different now. The limitless demon sect directly attacked the Taihang sword faction. The fact that they would do this meant that they had already made up their mind to break the balance. If they could do this, it meant that the limitless demon sect had enough confidence to start a war with the other sections. In other words, the limitless demon sect now had enough protection. So this time, would the limitless demon sect's plan succeed? Although this seemed to be impossible, what if it really succeeded? If they were really allowed to create a powerful demon, then what should they do? The other sects would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't let the limitless demon sect succeed. Therefore, under Zhang Zai's leadership this time, several sects had already responded. Of course, this was the decision of the higher-ups. Xianxia knew because he was already strong enough. This matter was extremely important. If it wasn't for Su Yan's special situation, Xianxia wouldn't have told him about this. Even now, he could only give a rough idea. He couldn't tell him the whole story. Although Su Yan didn't know the crux of the matter, this information was enough. After all, with such a piece of information, he could change his plans when he acted. If the other sects made a move together, the limitless demon sect's pan-province would be in chaos. At that time, he could act according to the situation. This way, he would have less pressure. Although it was just a casual remark, the difference between the two was huge. If Su Yan didn't know about this, he wouldn't be confident in his actions. Under some circumstances, he might even have to do something extreme and put himself in danger. Thank you for telling me, Senior. Su Yan bowed again. At this time, Xianxia said, no need to thank me. This is also the sect master's idea. Although you weren't born in the Taihang sword faction, with your achievements, the Taihang sword faction has already seen you as a true disciple of the Taihang sword faction. The sect will naturally support your actions. He said this to rope in Su Yan. Under Zhang Zai's leadership, the Taihang sword faction had developed rapidly and become stronger. However, a sect couldn't do without the support of experts. Whether it was the Taihang sword faction or the Fierce Flame sect, they couldn't compare to the Limitless Demon sect in this aspect. The Limitless Demon sect's strength was too terrifying. When the 7 Vice sect masters came out, almost no other sect could stop them. Although they were both part of the 10 great sects, the difference in strength between them was huge. However, the Limitless Demon sect's ambition was too obvious. All the other sects were afraid of them, and they weren't united internally. Therefore, they could only remain like this for so many years. However, whether it was a sect or something else, there would always be changes. This time, the Limitless Demon sect's actions had already shown their ambition. And with ambition, it meant that there would be changes in their internal structure. If the Taihang sword faction and the other sects were still the same as before, they would very likely face the fate of being devoured. The Limitless Demon sect definitely had the strength to devour them. When that time came, the sect's legacy would be cut off, and everything would be for naught. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Therefore, in order to deal with the future, hard work and change were necessary. Of course, there were many other important things to do. Among them, cultivating experts was something that couldn't be delayed. Young geniuses weren't much before they grew up. When the real war came, the Limitless Demon sect would definitely think of a way to kill them first. Only when these geniuses became truly strong could the sect's strength be greatly increased. Xianxia had already made up his mind to increase the strength of the Taihang Ten Swords in a short time. Su Yan was also one of the Taihang Ten Swords. Although he wasn't from the Taihang sword faction, he had some connections with them. Moreover, the strength of his strength was obvious to all. Compared to Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai, his battle strength was far superior. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let go of such a person. He would try his best to rope him in. At least with this layer of relationship, when Su Yan fully matured in the future, he would have some feelings for the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan was also a shrewd person. However, although he had already guessed Xianxia's thoughts, kindness was still kindness. He naturally wouldn't ignore it. Xue Xingchuan knew that both sides were smart people, so he didn't say anything more. He only said, "I know you want to go to Pan Province, but remember, don't be rash. Think of a way to protect your own life. After all, if you can't even protect your own life, how can you save others?" Su Yan said, "Senior, don't worry. I, Su Yan, am not a brainless person. Before I do anything, I will definitely think about the importance of the relationship between the two sides before I act. All right, I won't say anything more about you. Right, go and see Xianxia. No matter what, there's fate between you and her." After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. At this stage, Xue Xingchuan could come and go without a trace. This was really amazing. At the Venerable Realm, one would start to come into contact with the law of space. However, after condensing Dao marks, one would be able to perfectly control the law of space with the power of Dao marks. This was a completely different difference. Su Yan nodded again, then went to Xue Xinyue's courtyard. At this time, Xue Xinyue was in closed-door cultivation. This time, she was also injured. Fortunately, Mu Tianxing helped her. After entering the courtyard, Su Yan didn't see Xue Xinyue. Instead, he saw Mu Tianxing. Mu Tianxing's condition was much better than before. Sect Master Xianxia had already taken the time to help her, loosening the restrictions on her body. After a few more treatments, the shackles on her body would be unlocked. Then, her strength would be restored to its peak and she would become a young Dao sovereign. "She's in closed-door cultivation. Do you need me to wake her up?" Mu Tianxing said with a smile. Su Yan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since she's in closed-door cultivation, there's no need to disturb her. I'm just here to tell her to be careful." Chapter 829. Girls' Literature. Mu Tianxing smiled. She was not in a position to talk about these things. Since Su Yan had said so, she let it go. After all, she was an outsider and had no right to say anything. At this time, Su Yan said, "What about you? Are you going back?" Mu Tianxing's purpose of coming here was to ask for help from the Taihang sword faction. She hoped that the Taihang sword faction could help her. However, the Taihang sword faction was in troubled times. Xianxia naturally could not go to the Huangji sect at this time. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the Taihang sword faction. Fortunately, Xianxia was not a heartless person. After a while, Uncle Xianxia has already started to undo the seal on my body. Once I can use my strength freely, I will be a Dao master expert. That old man Fan Yunlin will not be able to kill me so easily as long as he hasn't become an emperor master. Su Yan was silent. Although Mu Tianxing said so, he clearly knew how big of a risk Mu Tianxing was going to take this time. Since Fan Yunlin had already made a move, he would not do it in vain. He didn't believe that an old fox like Fan Yunlin wouldn't have expected that her strength would increase by another level. However, the current Su Yan couldn't even take care of himself. Although Zhang Zhe had already joined forces with several sects to go back and find trouble with the Limitless Demon sect, he still couldn't relax. The Boundless Demon sect was full of experts. Even among the experts he knew, there were already many troublesome people. Su Yan did not believe that the powerful Boundless Demon sect was only suppressed by a few people. Presumably, he would be able to meet many experts this time. However, no matter what, he would not back down, because this was a path that belonged to him. Since it was his own path, he had to take every step himself. This was Su Yan's principle. Su Yan had long believed that everyone's fate was predetermined. What you need to do is to follow the path of fate and work hard. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Since that's the case, be careful, Su Yan said. This was Su Yan's final blessing. Mu Tianxing nodded and smiled as he watched Su Yan leave. Su Yan had just left the courtyard when he saw a woman. She was also so beautiful. If Xianxia was the tranquil moon, then she was the lively moon. She was Feng Yueyu. Seeing her, Su Yan always felt a little scared. It wasn't that much, it was just that this woman's aggressiveness was a little too strong. However, since she was already standing in front of him, Su Yan naturally could not escape. Senior Sister Feng, are you all right? This time, she was also injured, but her injuries were much lighter than Xianxia's. She was able to move freely now. All right? That's not good at all. You bastard, are you planning to leave the Taihang sword faction? Feng Yueyu was not pretentious at all and went straight to the point. Su Yan helplessly said, there are some things that I have to do, so I have to leave. You bastard, you know to come and see Sister Xinyu, why don't you come and see me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? She stared straight at Su Yan as she walked towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan could only helplessly. In front of this woman, he did not know how to open his mouth. Very quickly, Feng Yueyu arrived in front of Su Yan. Feng Yueyu's figure was very tall. She was only half a head shorter than Su Yan. There was a faint fragrance on her body that made people forget to leave. Perhaps this was the reason why so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were infatuated with her. Don't retreat. She approached Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Feng Yueyu had already stopped Su Yan before he could move. Sigh, I really don't know if you can survive this time. Feng Yueyu clearly knew that what Su Yan was about to do was extremely dangerous. However, she also understood that once a person like Su Yan made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. This was the persistence of a martial artist. Not to mention herself, even her sister Xinyu could not change it. At this time, the two of them were very close. She raised her head and the tip of her nose was already on Su Yan's nose. Su Yan wanted to escape, but he did not. For a moment, Su Yan actually lost his mind. Feng Yueyu actually dared to kiss Su Yan's lips. She actually kissed him on the lips. Su Yan was completely stunned. He did not expect this woman to be so daring and dare to do this in front of so many people. If you die, then I won't be able to see you again. I don't ask for much, just give me a kiss goodbye. Don't refuse, or else I will really be unhappy. At this point, there were actually glistening tears in her eyes. Su Yan sighed in his heart. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's favor. What did he, Su Yan, do to deserve the favor of these women? When their lips finally parted, Su Yan quickly took a step back. This time, he didn't dare to give this senior sister another chance. He said with a smile, Senior Sister Feng, what are you saying? Are you so eager for me to die? Feng Yueyu said angrily, you know, that's not what I mean. Su Yan smiled and wiped away her tears, then said, in Taihang Mountain, there is probably no one who has seen Senior Sister's tears. Don't worry, I, Su Yan, am not going to die this time, so I will definitely come back alive. Su Yan said solemnly. He had made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he would live. After saying that, he did not want to give Feng Yueyu a chance to speak again. He directly jumped up. In just a few moments, his body had already flown into the air, and then became smaller and smaller in Feng Yueyu's sight. At this time, another woman walked out of the small courtyard. Looking at Su Yan leaving, she also sighed in her heart. Xue Xinyue was not in seclusion at all, but she could not bear to see Su Yan leave, so she simply did not want to see him for the last time. Big brother Su Yan, you must live. This was her hope from the bottom of her heart. Su Yan directly left the Taihang sword faction, and the Oriole immediately appeared. The journey from here to Pan Province was not short. Even if he flew at full speed, it would still take some time. However, to the Oriole, this was nothing. This time, Su Yan originally planned to go alone. After all, he felt that this place needed Fang Yueshan's protection more. In this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered a great loss. They even lost 3 venerables. If Fang Yueshan could protect this place, he would feel more at ease. However, Fang Yueshan did not want to stay here. In addition, he had been in the Limitless Demon sect for so many years, so he knew a lot about Pan Province. If he went with Su Yan, he could help Su Yan a lot. After thinking for a while, Su Yan naturally agreed. At this time, the two of them were standing on the Oriole's back. The Oriole's speed was really fast. Ordinary Venerable's full speed could not compare to its speed. Moreover, this speed was not maintained for a short period of time. It was constant. The Oriole's speed is really amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll reach Pan Province in another day. He sighed with emotion. If it was in the past, he only wanted to be a small captain quietly. Who would have thought that one day he would be able to fly in the sky on an Oriole? Of course, with a different strength, his mentality was naturally different. However, Su Yan said, the Oriole's speed is indeed fast, but the shadow creatures are even faster. Fang Yueshan's expression immediately froze. He deeply understood Su Yan's worries. Of course, not all shadow creatures were faster than the Oriole. If that was the case, then humans would have no chance of winning against the shadow creatures and might as well commit suicide. But even so, the situation was not optimistic. The shadow creatures were powerful existences. If their combat strength was similar to the Oriole's, then under certain conditions, their speed would definitely surpass the Oriole's. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they appeared and disappeared unpredictably. There was no way to know where they would appear in the next moment. Without any precautions, the shadow creatures could easily succeed. In fact, no one knew the terror of shadow creatures better than Fang Yueshan. Fang Yulua had passed her power to him, along with his knowledge of shadow creatures. He clearly understood that shadow creatures were more terrifying than devils. Moreover, the shadow creatures were making a comeback. Once the shadow creatures reappeared in this world, it would be the beginning of chaos. More importantly, he believed that the shadow creatures would definitely appear in this world because Emperor Wu Hui was still alive. In order to reach a higher realm, this guy would definitely do anything. In the previous battle, he was injured by King Tai's sect master, Guangqing. But he didn't die, after all. 3,000 years ago, he didn't die in such a great calamity and even came back to life in this era. Guangqing's sword couldn't have killed him so easily. But fortunately, Guangqing's injuries weren't light, so it wouldn't be that easy for him to recover. Fortunately, there was still some time in this world. Our world is facing countless external threats. Devils are eyeing us covetously and the shadow creatures are threatening us. It's a pity that not only are they not united, but they are also constantly fighting among themselves. As such, when the calamity arrives, I'm afraid there was no need for him to continue. Su Yan knew what he meant. Life and death are up to fate. After all, we are too weak right now and this isn't something we can care about. We just have to be ourselves. Brother Fang, work hard to become stronger because only then can you protect the things you want to protect. In other words, only then can you protect yourself. Chapter 830. Female Literature. At this point, the two of them fell silent. Fang Yueshan was very powerful now. It had to be said that Fang Yulua's inheritance was really powerful. After receiving his inheritance, Fang Yueshan's cultivation had been constantly increasing. At this point, he was about to break through the second layer and become a 2 essences venerable. If an outsider were to find out about his cultivation speed, they would go crazy. However, even with such a cultivation speed, he still felt that it was not fast enough. Because of Fang Wuhui's existence, his heart could not be at peace. Even at this time, he was still very afraid because if Fang Wuhui appeared at this time, he would not be able to stop him. This was a sense of crisis that came from the bottom of his heart. Fang Wuhui was his natural enemy. Therefore, he yearned to become stronger and stronger. However, on the path of cultivation, one could not be impatient for quick success, even if he had Fang Yuluo's inheritance. Su Yan saw his frown and immediately guessed his thoughts. With such a huge pressure weighing down on one's heart, no one would be able to relax. Fang Yueshan was still able to talk and laugh, which was already very impressive. After all, he was facing a powerful Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was commanding a former Emperor Realm Master, it was still extremely powerful. If it was him, he would not be able to do better. Tell me about Pan Province. At this moment, Su Yan spoke. Firstly, he wanted to distract him. After all, if he was too obsessed with the pressure, he might be defeated by it. However, he believed that with Fang Yueshan's ability, it would not be so. Secondly, he was about to step into Pan Province, but he still did not know much about it. This was not a good thing. If he could not truly understand Pan Province, then his future path would be difficult. Since Fang Yueshan had some understanding of Pan Province, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At this moment, Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Pan Province is an extremely rude place." Rude and unreasonable? Su Yan didn't expect that he would have such an evaluation of Pan Province. Yes, it is indeed rude and unreasonable. The people here are intrepid, definitely not on par with Tai Province. In Pan Province, everyone worships martial arts and is very overbearing. That is the world of the strong. As long as you have enough strength, you can almost do whatever you want. And there, the limitless demon sect is called the Sage Sect. Su Yan remained silent. Sure enough, nothing was too strange in this world. However, the limitless demon sect was too overbearing. It was not surprising that the style of the place he ruled was so. Then what should we do after we enter Pan Province? What is the distribution of the limitless demon sect here? This was all very important information. Pan Province has a total of 72 cities. The limitless demon sect's headquarters is in the core region of Pan Province. Of course, we've just entered Pan Province, so we shouldn't be too flamboyant. That's because every city has an expert guarding it. It's not so bad in the outer region, but in the inner region, the 36 city lords are all venerables. If we swagger our way in, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult. The 36 city lords were all venerables. In other words, there were 36 venerables in the outer region. Su Yan remained silent. The limitless demon sect was actually so powerful. No wonder they could suppress the other sects for so many years. Including the venerables in the Taihang sword faction and those venerables who were out on missions, there were only 20 or so people. The difference in strength was too great. If it was a one-on-one battle without the other sects holding them back, it wouldn't be too difficult for the limitless demon sect to eliminate the Taihang sword faction. At that time, other than the sect leader and Shui Xingchuan, who could escape, everyone else would die. Fortunately, the limitless demon sect's actions were restricted, so they didn't dare to put all their eggs in one basket. For example, this time, the limitless demon sect seemed to be putting their lives on the line, but in reality, they were still very cautious. The 7 vice sect leaders of the limitless demon sect weren't all here because of their internal conflicts, but the real reason was because of the other sections. If they came out in full force at this time, the Taihang sword faction would be eliminated, but the limitless demon sect wouldn't be able to gain much from it. The experts from the nearby sects could arrive almost instantaneously. At that time, even if the limitless demon sect defeated the Taihang sword faction and eliminated the Taihang sword faction, their own headquarters would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, even if they could eliminate the Taihang sword faction, with Zhang Zhe and Shui Xingchuan's means, they might be able to escape. If these 2 tigers who had lost their sects went crazy, it would be a disaster for the limitless demon sect. Su Yan shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. The strength of the limitless demon sect really made people feel despair. Then, let's go directly to the outer cities and come down from the cities guarded by venerables. If they wasted too much time in the outer cities, it wouldn't be worth it. Su Yan didn't want to waste time in such a place. But once they arrived at the cities guarded by venerables, they had no choice but to come down. This was because venerable ones had extraordinary means. If an oriole openly flew into their territory, it might be discovered. Moreover, that was the core area of the Limitless Demon sect. If they wanted to know more about Lu Lan, they had to start looking for her as soon as possible. Alright, that's good too. We can save a lot of time. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Fang Yueshan agreed with Su Yan's suggestion. Only the core 36 cities were the focus of the Limitless Demon sect. The surrounding 36 cities weren't that big of a deal. At this time, the power distribution of the major sects was similar to that of a dynasty. The place where the sect was located was the imperial city, and the other places were the sect's territory. Another day passed. The speed of the oriole was too fast. The other sects didn't even have time to sense the aura of the oriole. Su Yan directly flew over their heads. Su Yan, this city is the Celestial Wolf City. The city lord is a one-origin venerable. Even in the Limitless Demon sect, this Celestial Wolf City is very important because this is the place where information is gathered. If you want to know something, this is the best place to inquire. Seems like you used to hang out here often, Su Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was clearly a little excited. There was even a hint of eagerness. Thus, Su Yan asked, Fang Yueshan, is there someone of yours here? I think it's most likely a woman. Looking at Su Yan, Fang Yueshan nodded and said, Brother Su, you're really too smart. You're right, there is a friend of mine here. It's just that I haven't been back for a while, so I don't know how she is now. In this city, there was indeed a confidant of his. However, Fang Yueshan was a very cautious person. He always had his scruples when doing things. Therefore, very few people knew that he had a confidant here. Back then, he was so careful because he was afraid that if something happened to him, she wouldn't be implicated. From the looks of it, his cautiousness back then was indeed the right choice. To make Brother Fang so concerned, it seems like there's a devastatingly beautiful woman here, Su Yan said. It was rare to see him in such an embarrassed state. Fang Yueshan said, Don't mock me. If we're talking about confidants, I can't compare to you. Let's go, let's enter the city. She opened a small tavern in the city. We should be able to get some information from her. As he spoke, he had already walked towards the city gate. Stop, let's get checked. Before they reached the city gate, they saw a long line of people waiting to be checked. The two of them looked at each other. They never thought that it would be so strict at this time. Although this is the 36th city, it's usually not so strict. Something must have happened. I'll go take a look first. Fang Yueshan was the local tyrant. Although there was a check here, it was just a small matter to him. If he couldn't even enter the city gate, then all his years in the Limitless Demon sect would have been wasted. Soon, the two of them entered Celestial Wolf City. Brother Fang, did something happen? Su Yan asked. It was impossible for the Limitless Demon sect to know that he was coming, so they were waiting for him here. This possibility was too small. After all, apart from Xue Xingchuan and a few others, no one knew that he was coming to the Limitless Demon sect. Something did happen. Speaking of which, it's related to the Taihang sword faction. After Fang Yueshan finished speaking, Su Yan frowned. If it was related to the Taihang sword faction, could it be that the Taihang sword faction spy here had been discovered? If that was really the case, then he would have to help. You might not believe it, but the Limitless Demon sect is currently searching for someone. His name is Wang Jingqing. Fang Yueshan said calmly. At this moment, a murderous look flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Wang Jingqing. There was probably no one in the Taihang sword faction who didn't know of this name. This was because he was the one who betrayed the Taihang sword faction and led the demonic clouds into the sword pool, causing the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation to stagnate. If it wasn't for him, the Limitless Demon sect wouldn't have been able to break into the mountain gate so easily. Everyone was filled with murderous intent towards him, including Su Yan. This is interesting. I wonder if we'll be able to meet him this time. But didn't he betray the Taihang sword faction? Why would he be wanted by the limitless demon sect now? This was indeed a problem. Feng Yueshan smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. But after we enter the city, we'll look for my friend. She has a lot of information, so we'll know when we get there. Chapter 8:31. Female Literature. As expected, Feng Yueshan was extremely familiar with this place. Under his lead, Su Yen took a small stroll around Skywolf City. Skywolf City was indeed one of the major cities of the 36 core cities. It was a vast place with abundant resources. There were many things that Su Yen had never even heard of. Su Yen did not lack spirit stones, so he bought many rare items. The two of them walked and looked around. Soon, they arrived at Feng Yueshan's friend's tea house. This tea house was not big, but it was not too shabby to be able to afford such a tea house. Sir, what do you need? Just as the two of them approached the tea house, a waiter came over. Su Yen sized up the waiter and was a little surprised. This waiter was actually in the spiritual sea realm. If they were in the 5 counties, such a person would be an honored guest of the sect. But here, he could only be a waiter. This showed the huge gap between the 9 states and the 5 counties. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Feng Yueshan was not surprised at all. He walked up to the waiter and said, Give me a pot of sky-grade dragon tea. At this moment, Su Yen noticed that the waiter's expression changed. He seemed to be a little surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. The Sky Dragon tea is of the highest quality. If you want it, you have to go to the Sky Grade room. The price? Feng Yueshan said, It's okay. I have a pair of bloodshed crystals. It's enough to drink 3 pots of tea. Su Yen did not say anything. This was obviously a secret message between them. Soon, the waiter led them to the top floor. The two of them were brought to an extremely elegant room. I didn't expect this small tea house to be so grand. It's really amazing. After entering the room, Su Yen could not help but sigh. The decorations here were top-notch. Even the Shui family didn't have such decorations. Feng Yueshan smiled and said, Of course. This is a heaven-grade room. Brother Su, do you know that if you want to drink tea here, you will have to spend a lot of money? If you don't have 100 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, you will have to cultivate here. Moreover, even if you have spirit stones, you may not be able to enter this place. Hearing this, Su Yen was surprised. Even with spirit stones, one might not be able to enter this place. What other conditions do I need to enter this room to drink tea? Just as Su Yen finished his question, a series of light footsteps came, followed by a slightly sharp but very beautiful voice. Of course it depends on my mood. Feng Yueshan, you bastard, I don't welcome you today. As he spoke, a beautiful woman appeared at the door. This woman was wearing a long crimson dress. As she walked, her long dress fluttered in the wind. She was truly indescribably beautiful. Deep red was an extremely difficult color to control. If one didn't have the capital to match it, then they would only show their tackiness. However, on her body, there was only an indescribable beauty. San Yang. Feng Yueshan helplessly called out. However, this woman didn't buy it at all. What are you shouting for? Aren't you already dead? What are you doing here? You bastard, are you here to disgust me? Feng Yueshan could only smile bitterly in the face of her reproach. He naturally knew that Sanyang wasn't really cursing him to die. She was just too concerned about him. After such a long time, he went missing. After experiencing life and death and following Su Yen into the Taihang sword faction, these days could be considered carefree. However, she must have been worried and scared for him. A man who couldn't protect his woman and instead made her worry and scared, this was his own sin and incompetence. At this time, Su Yen saw that the two of them were becoming more and more uneasy. He could only smile and then say, I think the scenery outside is good. I'm going to go outside and relax. You can help yourselves. After saying that, Su Yen walked out. Feng Yueshan wanted to stop him, but just as he reached out his hand, he stopped. Looking at Shui Sanyang, who was looking at him with a bitter face, he could only sigh. Su Yen immediately left the room and sighed in his heart. In this world, there were always too many infatuated men and resentful women. Not to mention himself, Fang Yueshan was such a free and easy person, he also had such emotional fetters. Time passed little by little. Su Yen sat in front of the window and drank tea. At this time, a burst of noise suddenly came from the tea house. Su Yen looked up and saw several fierce-looking people directly breaking in. These people's faces were clearly written with the word bad. If it was somewhere else, Su Yen naturally wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business. But this was different. This place was related to Fang Yueshan, or rather, it was his woman's property. Since this was the case, how could he just stand by and watch? But now, he didn't directly make a move. After all, he needed to figure out what was going on. If he casually made a move and messed up the relationship here, it wouldn't be good. At this time, the waiter had already walked to the front. "Sirs, are you here to drink tea?" "Drink tea? Are you an idiot? Quickly call Shui Sanyang out, or I will smash your broken shop." He acted arrogantly and didn't put the waiter in his eyes. "Our boss is busy now, it's not convenient for him to come out. Why don't you come back another day after drinking a cup of tea?" The waiter said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At this time, this guy's face directly turned cold. "Don't play dumb with me, our boss has already said that if Shui Sanyang becomes our boss's concubine, then there is no need for this shop to exist." Bang! A loud sound was heard. This person casually hit the table next to him and smashed it into pieces. Clear the place, if you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, then get the hell out of here." He shouted angrily, but this was Pan Province, and the people here were not kind people. If they were directly asked to leave, it would be too shameful. Therefore, not many people moved. However, the waiter said, "Sirs, I'm sorry, today's tea is on our boss, I'm really sorry." These customers may not care, but after all, it was related to the face of this shop. This waiter did things with some courage. Shui Sanyang's courage is really not small, in that case. He didn't finish his sentence, and he was directly sent flying. It was actually the waiter who made a move. Su Yen originally thought that he would wait for the other party to make a move first, then counterattack, but he didn't expect that he would make a move so decisively. However, Su Yen still admired this character. If it were him, he was afraid that he would do the same. Since the other party had already made it clear that he was looking for trouble, then why should he lower his voice? "Sirs, don't go too far, don't think that you can do whatever you want because you are little demon wolves people, it won't work in our shop." His move immediately ignited the flames, and these people directly made a move. This waiter's fighting strength was extraordinary, and he directly dealt with them with one move. "So why bother, everyone is just working for others. Don't be so angry, this is good." He clapped his hands, apparently not caring at all. Su Yen smiled. It seemed that Fang Yueshan's confidence method was not bad, just a small waiter actually had such fighting strength. Even in an ordinary sect, he could be regarded as a character. But at this time, suddenly someone walked in. Su Yen looked up, this person's whole body was emitting a hazy aura. The moment he appeared, a strong aura directly shot out. A mere waiter actually dares to beat up the city lord's guards. This is simply a crime worthy of death. This person was really bold. The moment he appeared, he actually wanted to kill. This place was indeed within Pan's state, just a word of disagreement and directly injuring people. Su Yen could see that this guy had actually been here for a long time, but he did not come in at the beginning and directly let the people in front of him make a move. Obviously, he expected the waiter to do this, so he deliberately waited for the waiter to make a move. Obviously, he had expected those people to be knocked down. And as long as the waiter made a move, then he would directly kill. What a vicious mind. At this time, the waiter did not have time to react. He did not expect that there would be someone waiting for him like this. At this time, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Such a plan could be considered meticulous. Unfortunately, Su Yen was here today, and he saw everything. Since that was the case, how could he let the waiter get hurt? At this time, the two people upstairs were pouring out their hearts. But at this time, this sudden murderous aura directly alarmed them. Shui Sanyang's expression suddenly changed and she immediately said, "Damn it, the Hall of Executioners is in danger." But at this time, Fang Yueshan said, "Don't worry, Su Yan is outside, nothing will happen to him. Who is it?" Shui Sanyang had her doubts at first, but when she saw Fang Yueshan's shocked expression, she relaxed a little. At this time, she suddenly exclaimed, "How is it possible? You're already a venerable." At this time, she could be said to be extremely shocked. She was very clear about Fang Yueshan's cultivation in the past. He had some cleverness, but on the path of cultivation he was not outstanding, so at that time he was barely in the dragon realm. It was also because of this that when the news of Fang Yueshan's accident came, her heart was almost anxious to the extreme, because she felt that Fang Yueshan had almost no chance of surviving. At this moment, Fang Yueshan had just returned. She was both surprised and delighted, so she didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Only now did she use her secret technique to observe him. Only then did she discover that Fang Yueshan's cultivation had actually reached a level where she was basically unable to see through him. With such a cultivation, there was no need to say, he was clearly a venerable. Chapter 8:32. Female literature. A lot of unforeseen events have happened, and it's not convenient to tell you these things now. You just need to know that this time, I have enough strength to help you. As he said that, he had already embraced Shui Sanyang in his arms. If it was any other time, Shui Sanyang would have definitely hit his claws off. But at this time, she was shocked and didn't pay attention, allowing Fang Yueshan to take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, she had already noticed it, but at this time, she was too lazy to pay attention to it. At this time, Su Yan was standing in front of the waiter, and in front of him, the guy who attacked before struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were full of resentment. Of course, there was also infinite fear in this resentment. Although it was only one fight, he already knew how powerful Su Yan was. He was very clear that with his own strength, he was not Su Yan's opponent. Su Yan's means were really too powerful. It seemed that such a casual blow had actually injured his internal organs. And naturally, he also knew that this was the result of Su Yan showing mercy. At this time, if Su Yan really made up his mind to kill him, then he was afraid that he would be dead by now. It's not good to kill people in other people's tea house like this, right? Su Yan asked directly. This person looked at Su Yan with eyes full of endless resentment. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have already succeeded. He finally let himself breathe, then stared straight at Su Yan and said, "This one, you are so nosy, aren't you afraid of losing your life here?" Su Yan chuckled and said, "Lose my life here? Haha, so you want to kill me now, but unfortunately, you don't seem to be able to do this." The man was provoked by these words, and suddenly he couldn't suppress his injuries and almost fell back. At this time, the others ran up and supported him. That person waved his hand and continued, "This is Celestial Wolf City, Lord Devil Wolf's trump card. Haha, I don't care where you're from, nor do I care what your objective is. However, I'll give you a piece of advice. There are some things that you should do well and not pay too much attention to. Otherwise, you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Your strength is naturally not bad, but you're no match for Lord Devil Wolf." Su Yan did not take these words to heart. He only asked, "Lord Demon Wolf? Is he the city lord here?" When he heard Su Yan's words, the man's face sank again. Demon Wolf was not the city lord of Skywolf City. Everyone knew that the city lord of Skywolf City was the Skywolf King. However, Su Yan said so, which meant that he was looking down on Demon Wolf. Unfortunately, he was bound to be strong. He clearly knew that he was no match for Su Yan. Even if he was dissatisfied, it would be futile. Lord Demon Wolf is naturally not the city lord, but he's the #1 warrior below the city lord. I've already remembered your aura, so don't think about escaping. Lord Demon Wolf will catch up to you soon and kill you." At this time, Su Yan laughed again. He was a little scared by Su Yan's laughter. Su Yan said directly, "Since you've already decided to kill me, do you think I'll let you go?" At this time, he directly struck out with his palm. What was originally an ordinary palm strike was incomparably terrifying in the eyes of this person. His soul began to tremble. Before he could react, he was hit by another palm strike. When this palm came, he felt that he was definitely going to die. Then, a sharp pain began to attack his nerves. Even though he was stronger than most people at this time, his whole body was trembling and he was almost out of breath. Su Yan said directly, "I'm just a passerby. I just can't stand your Lord Demon Wolf's actions. You, go back and tell Lord Demon Wolf about this. If he doesn't want to see his subordinates die, then he'll have to come personally." Su Yan originally did not want to cause such a big commotion, but he suddenly changed his mind. Since he was already in Pan Province, on the territory of the Limitless Demon Sect, then he should make a big commotion. Although it was very dangerous, there were also benefits. If he made a big enough commotion, then the Limitless Demon Sect would naturally turn their attention to him. In that case, it would be easier for Zhang Zhe and the others of the Taihang Sword faction to take action. Of course, at this time, he really wanted to see Lord Demon Wolf because he wanted to know some things. That person left in a hurry. Not long after, a black-clothed person came. This person was not very old, about 30 years old or so, but his cultivation had already reached the Nine Dragons realm. To reach the Nine Dragons realm at such a young age, he was also a genius. Moreover, Su Yan could see that his accumulation was very strong. It would take a long time for his cultivation to break through again. At that time, he would be able to become a venerable. He sneered in his heart. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If two venerables appeared in Skywolf City, then it would be very lively. Previously, Fang Yueshan had already told him that Shui Sanyang's tea house was actually connected to the city lord's mansion. In other words, she belonged to the city lord's side. Logically speaking, since the other party was the city lord's mansion's #1 warrior, there was no reason for him to make things difficult for Shui Sanyang. But he did so his purpose was very obvious. It was also obvious that this demon wolf was very confident in his breakthrough, so much so that he wanted to provoke the Heavenly Wolf King. "For you?" He walked in front of Su Yan and asked directly. But before Su Yan could speak, he said, "Forget it, I don't care who you are. Since you attacked my subordinate, then you're courting death." After this cold snort, his murderous aura was already boiling. Upstairs, Shui Sanyang nestled in Fang Yueshan's arms and said, "Is your friend really okay? Little Demon Wolf's combat strength is very terrifying. Even the city lord would find it very difficult to take him down. Do you need to make a move?" Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if this little demon wolf is powerful, so what? If he can really kill Su Yan, then it can be considered his ability." People who had not seen Su Yan's combat strength would not know how terrifying Su Yan's combat strength was. This little demon wolf was indeed a character. If he was facing an ordinary young powerhouse, then he would be able to kill them. Unfortunately, he was facing Su Yan right now. Even he didn't have any confidence in facing Su Yan. It was because Su Yan's means were too powerful. He had seen Su Yan kill a venerable with his own eyes. And if Su Yan used the ghost face, then it would be even more terrifying. Sai, after all, it's not a good thing to cause trouble here. You're not such a person, how can you let your friend do whatever he wants? Shui Sanyang has been here for a long time and deeply understood the complexity of this place. After all, this was one of the 36 cities of the Limitless Demon Sect. If they really caused trouble here, then it would alarm the sect. At this time, Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Now that I've taken refuge with him, no matter what he wants to do, as his little brother, I only need to follow his footsteps." Hearing Fang Yueshan's words, Shui Sanyang was startled. She never thought that Fang Yueshan would actually take refuge with this young man. Moreover, she already knew Fang Yueshan very well. At this time, she knew that Fang Yueshan was not joking. "Even if I tell you these things, you won't understand. Let's just wait and see." Although the little demon wolf's murderous aura surged, but at this time, he had no intention of attacking. "Shui Sanyang, if you don't come out, then I will tear down this broken shop of yours." After all, the little demon wolf came here for Shui Sanyang. Others might not know, but he was very clear that this woman was the informant of the city lord. Many of the information about the city lord came from her. Coupled with the fact that Shui Sanyang was indeed extremely beautiful, his heart was moved and he wanted to subdue Shui Sanyang. Unfortunately, Shui Sanyang was stubborn and refused him many times. At this time, he didn't have much patience. Of course, Su Yan was a strange face, he had never seen him before. But in his opinion, he was afraid that this person was called by Shui Sanyang to deal with him. However, if the little demon wolf was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Su Yan said with a smile, "You don't need to call the owner here, it has nothing to do with her. I want to ask you for some information." The little demon wolf smiled and said, "Oh? Ask me for information? That's interesting, tell me, what do you want to know?" At this time, he began to circulate his aura. Su Yan was still as indifferent as before, and said, "Sirius City is also looking for Wang Jingqing. Tell me, is there any news about him?" "Wang Jingqing? The traitor of the Taihang sword faction? You came for him, interesting. If you want to know about him, you'd better ask the King of Hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Su Yan. Demon Wolf's howl. He directly slapped down with his palm. At this time, the sound of a wolf's howl sounded in the tea house, but it was not an illusion, it was the sound of his palm. This howl had a strong impact on the mind. The little demon wolf's enemies were often in a trance because of the mental impact before they could react. On top of that, his power was extremely abundant, which made his attacks unstoppable. Unless one was a venerable one would almost be killed by him in one strike. But at this time, Su Yan said with a smile, "Good strength, but it's a pity." Chapter 8:33. Female Literature. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. Su Yan pointed his finger, and a burst of sword chi suddenly erupted. At first, the sword chi was like a trickle that was almost undetectable. However, when the two came into contact, the power of the sword immediately turned into an endless gale. The terrifying power was like a surging river. The demonic dragon's shadow suddenly stopped at this moment. The attack that was originally like a pile of eggs was forcibly stopped. At this moment, his expression changed continuously. It was not that he did not expect Su Yan to be able to block this attack, but he did not expect Su Yan to be able to block it so easily. Such an attack caused his expression to change rapidly. "You're really something." However, this attack was not his strongest attack. Instead, it was just a test. If Su Yan could not even block this attack, he would not take Su Yan seriously and would kill him directly. However, Su Yan was so casual now. Not only did he defeat his attack, but he also launched a brazen counterattack. The sword chi was already rushing toward his chest. The sword chi was so sharp that it was simply invincible. Su Yan's sword energy actually caused him to give birth to a great sense of danger. However, Su Yan's realm was clearly not as high as his. He had never met anyone who was lower than him who could defeat him. In the past, he was the one who could kill people who were at a higher realm. However, today he was actually defeated by Su Yan. His expression was naturally not good. This time, he had personally taken action for Shui Sanyang. However, he still did not succeed. He was now at a critical juncture. The reason why he was so jumpy at this time was that he wanted the position of Celestial Wolf City's governor. If it was in the past, although he was arrogant, he would not dare to do so. However, it was different now. Firstly, the old governor's cultivation had not improved for many years. He had been a one-origin venerable and seemed to have no hope of breaking through. Moreover, he was very young and was very strong now. He was already standing at the peak of the Nine Dragons realm and might be able to break through to the Venerable One soon. Once he became a Venerable One, he would no longer fear the governor. More importantly, he had someone backing him up this time. Right now, he was doing something for that lord. If this matter was handled well, then in the eyes of that lord, he would naturally show his value. However, if he messed up this matter, then it would be his own incompetence. And the best way to deal with the city lord was to blind him first. That was why he attacked Shui Sanyang. If this step was not successful, then many of his arrangements might be known to the city lord in advance. He was not a venerable yet. Although he was acting without restraint, the Heavenly Wolf King couldn't directly attack him. However, if the Celestial Wolf King were to find out about his plans, he would definitely abandon all of his concerns and attack him directly. Although the celestial wolf demon king might not be able to do anything to him because of that great figure, this was his own incompetence. I'd like to see just how powerful you are. Seeing that his attack was about to be defeated, he hardened his heart and activated another power. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the terrifying power directly rolled and swept out at this time. Su Yan's sword chi was already in front of him, but at this moment, it was directly destroyed. Not even a bit of such a powerful force was left. Lord Demon Wolf is mighty. At this time, the subordinates behind him sighed with emotion. Especially the gloomy person. He had previously experienced Su Yan's power, but now, Lord Demon Wolf easily destroyed his sword chi. However, although they said so, Demon Wolf's expression was very ugly. This was because only he knew that he had used a lot of power to dissolve the sword chi. And he couldn't tell how much power the other party used. He also couldn't tell where Su Yan came from. His combat strength was actually so powerful. Such a genius definitely didn't appear out of thin air. Right now, he was even wondering if that old bastard was already prepared to make a move on him, so he had found a helper. Su Yan ignored the change in his expression and only said with a smile, "Lord Demon Wolf, I still want to know the answer to the question just now. Do you know the whereabouts of Wang Jingqing?" At this time, Demon Wolf was even more furious. This Su Yan even now was still talking to him so casually. It was obvious that he did not put him in his eyes. The more Su Yan acted like this, the more furious he was. "Do you really want to know the news of Wang Jingqing? Since that's the case, come with me." After thinking about it for a while, he finally extinguished the thought of using all his strength here. If he could get rid of Su Yan in an instant, then of course, it didn't matter. However, if they caused too much of a commotion here, it would be too much of a loss for them. So he decided to retreat in order to advance. At this time, Su Yan chuckled, "Are you going to retreat in order to advance? Let me leave here and then attack? Hee, not bad, this is a good idea." Seeing his plan being directly exposed by the other party at this time, he was naturally very angry at this time. However, Su Yan said, "Well, since you have this plan, then I will go out with you. I hope your answer won't disappoint me." Demon Wolf was extremely angry at this time. This guy's nonchalant attitude made him extremely angry. Humph. He snorted and left directly. As for his subordinates, they naturally followed him out. Su Yan walked out unhurriedly. Shui Sanyang watched Su Yan go out with little Demon Wolf and the others, but she was anxious in her heart. "Your friend is too rash. This little Demon Wolf has already begun to challenge the city lord. He must have something to rely on. No matter how strong your friend is, he is not a venerable after all." What if Fang Yueshan knew what she wanted to say, but he just smiled and shook his head, then said, "It's nothing. I just said that he is my boss. If he can't even deal with such a person, then it's too stupid. Don't worry, I came this time to take you away." Hearing Fang Yueshan's words, Shui Sanyang was obviously stunned. She never thought that Fang Yueshan would say such words. Sigh. Su Yan followed all the way. At this time, he was really fearless, as if he was not worried about being ambushed at all. It's just that the more he was like this, the more uneasy the other party was. Su Yan's performance was a bit too calm. Demon Wolf was not a fool. He clearly knew that the reason why Su Yan was like this, either he was really brainless, so he could be calm and not think about anything. Either that, or he was so powerful that he had nothing to fear. This Demon Wolf was more cautious in doing things. He constantly swept the surroundings with his divine sense, obviously wanting to know if someone was following him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the traces of others. At this time, his heart was beating like a drum. "That's about it, isn't it? You lured me out so that you can kill me outside without others knowing, right? Of course, if it's possible, you should also get some useful information from me. Am I right?" Demon Wolf raised his eyebrows. Such a shrewd person was naturally not a fool. It seemed that it was the latter. But what did he rely on? Could it be that he was so confident just because of that one strike from before? At this time, Su Yan said, "All right, let's not waste any more time, just attack." There were many things that couldn't be said. If they didn't attack, then it would be meaningless. Demon Wolf didn't want to attack in the tea house, and Su Yan didn't want to do the same. It was fine to attack outside. After all, it wouldn't expose his relationship with the lady boss. But if he attacked inside, it would very likely bring her unnecessary trouble. Although Su Yan felt that he was not afraid of such trouble, it was better to avoid it as much as possible. At this point, Su Yan no longer had any intention of wasting time. His divine sense had already sensed that there were about 20 experts lying in ambush nearby. And there were 6 people above Dragon Realm level 5. Such a lineup was already very luxurious. Against a mere Dragon Realm cultivator, it wouldn't take too much effort and there wouldn't be any accidents. Let's end this quickly, I don't want to waste time here. The Scorching Sun sword appeared directly, and a powerful and fierce aura spread out unscrupulously at this time. Sacred Sword. When Demon Wolf saw the sacred sword, his first thought was to take it for himself. His strength was already strong enough, and if he could have a matching weapon, then his combat power would definitely increase by another level. Perhaps with the strong power of the sacred sword, he could advance to become an honorable one step earlier. As for Su Yan at this point, he no longer cared about him. He was sure that Su Yan didn't have any helpers, and there were so many people here. You're right, it's better to end this quickly. Kill him. At this point, he didn't even have the intention to feign civility with Su Yan. With such strength, he didn't believe that Su Yan would be able to continue living after launching a thunderous attack. A figure dashed out at an unimaginably fast speed. Unfortunately, although they were fast, Su Yan was even faster. A red figure flashed, and a majestic sword aura burst out. It was clearly sword aura, but at this moment, the sword aura seemed to have transformed into a ferocious and terrifying monster. Chapter 8:34. Female literature. The sword chi kept rolling at this moment. The powerful force flashed and screams were immediately heard. In just a single exchange, the person who had rushed to the front and wanted to kill him in one strike was directly killed. When Su Yan moved earlier, he still had some scruples. But at this moment, he had no scruples at all. Just as he said just now, he had to end the battle quickly. The power of the dance of the fish dragons had reached its peak at this moment. Such power was enough to cause despair in people's hearts. In the beginning, the many experts who were lying in ambush wanted to kill Su Yan and gain the first merit. However, after that one sword strike, they no longer had such thoughts. Originally, Su Yan was not a sheep, but in their eyes, there was absolutely no need to be afraid of him. But at this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed made them despair. At this moment, they even felt that they were facing a supremacy. Killing a person with a sword, and the person that Su Yan killed was not a weakling, but a person whose cultivation had reached the 7 Dragons realm. In theory, his realm was the same as Su Yan. But such a person could not block Su Yan's sword. You think that you can solve everything with numbers? If that's the case, why do we still need experts? Su Yan's provocation was simply unbridled. At this moment, Mo Lang was furious to the extreme. No wonder you dare to be so bold. You actually have this ability. You are also powerful. You guys hold the line for me. Let me kill him personally. Mo Lang was also a powerful person. After he knew that Su Yan's sword, his subordinates were already terrified. If he did not make a move at this time, then these people would not even have the courage to make a move. So he directly made a move now. Moreover, Su Yan's strength was indeed qualified for him to make a move. No, it could be said that he had to make a move. He had always been very confident in himself. He felt that he was a genius even if he was stupid. Even if he was the son of a demon, he felt that he was nothing more than that. But he knew that in this world, there were indeed such experts who could not be judged. However, what he wanted to do the most at this time was to directly kill Su Yan. If such a genius continued to live, it would make him very unhappy. There were too many people in this world. When they could not surpass others, they did not think about how to become stronger. Instead, they thought about how to kill others and eliminate their competitors. At this moment, he suddenly made a move. It was as if a terrifying demon wolf had started to hunt at this time. His name came from his martial arts. As he made a move, whistling sounds and countless wolf howls continuously sounded. It was as if a pack of wolves had started to hunt. Just this terrifying aura alone was already extremely powerful. He had such capital. It was no wonder that he had his own ambitions and dared to challenge the city lord. However, at this time, although his aura was incomparably fierce, Su Yan was still as calm as before. In the face of his fierce attack, Su Yan first took a step back. At this time, the demon wolf sneered. His attack was like 10,000 horses galloping. Facing such an attack, the best way was to face it head-on and then break it with a powerful force. However, Su Yan took a step back one after another. Although it was only a small step, it gave him a chance to accumulate his aura. This would only make his strength stronger. As time passed, his strength would only become stronger and stronger. At this time, no matter what Su Yan wanted to do, it was already too late. It seemed that although this guy's talent was strong, he was just an inexperienced idiot. In this way, he would only waste his talent. This was what made him angry the most. Little did he know that at this time, Su Yan was also sneering. His eyes were staring straight at the guy in front of him. It was a kind of ridicule. The demon wolf's heart was suddenly shocked. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan was still like this. Now, if he still thought that Su Yan was just an idiot, then he could just go and die. Damn it, this guy is absolutely fearless. Sure enough, Su Yan finally made his move. It seems that your strength has reached the strongest point. What? This guy was not avoiding him, but waiting for his strength to reach the strongest point. What was he thinking? He actually deliberately waited for his strength to reach the strongest point. At this moment, Su Yan directly gave up the scorching sun sword in his hand and directly punched out. Such a punch was not fancy. It was like a bright flowing light, gorgeous and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan was just like when he dealt with Wuxia. He wanted to use the most direct and domineering method to defeat his opponent in the field that his opponent was best at. Su Yan clearly knew that if he wanted to break a person's heart, he had to defeat him in the field that his opponent was best at. Only in this way could he make his opponent despair. This was his domineering nature. At this moment, he was like a god. The terrifying power of the howling wolves was actually unable to withstand a single punch from him. Within this punch, the demon wolf seemed to be able to see a terrifying dragon race being howling out. Such a powerful force had already begun to break his heart. By the time he realized this, his mental power had already relaxed. His strength was originally very strong. If his heart did not relax at this time, then he would not be defeated so quickly. However, Su Yan defeated him so violently, which had already covered his heart with a layer of shadow. Damn it! Originally, he still wanted to challenge the city lord and then seize the city lord's position. Recently, he was almost flushed with success. His cultivation continued to rise, and his strength continued to increase. Seeing that his goal was getting closer and closer, but at this time, Su Yan actually appeared. To him, Su Yan was simply a malefic star. In such a short time, his heart had already been covered in dust. For a powerhouse, this was definitely not a small matter. Having one's heart covered in dust would have a far-reaching impact on one's future path. The demon wolf was very ambitious. Becoming the city lord of Sky Wolf City was far from his goal. However, if he could not defeat Su Yan this time, then even if he was lucky enough to become a venerable one this time, he might not be able to go further. At the thought of this, all of his anger began to turn into the water of a large river, which began to surge. Attack together and kill him. At this moment, all of his aura had been burned to the extreme. At this time, all of the powerhouses also began to attack under his command. Kill! Those people had seen Su Yan's power earlier and deeply understood how terrifying Su Yan was. If such a young man wanted to kill them, then they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it would be best if they could kill Su Yan at this time. Die, he must die. The demon wolf thought to himself. At this time, Su Yan had already thrown out a punch. The demon wolf thought that at this time, he had not exhausted his old strength and had not yet recovered his new strength. If he wanted to kill Su Yan, this was the best time. If it was any other time, Su Yan was not a fool. At this time he might have escaped. If that was the case, then he could only live in fear in the future. Therefore, this time, he had to finish it in one fell swoop. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care at all. At this time, his body was still flying in the air. In the face of such an attack, he said, "I have already said that there is no use in having more people. Yet you still came to court death." At this time, Su Yan suddenly placed his palm on his face. 20 powerhouses in the dragon realm, and the demon wolf himself was a powerhouse at the peak of the 9 dragons. Such a lineup was very luxurious. Such an attack was very powerful. However, at this time, Su Yan did not think of retreating. Instead, he activated his strength and synchronized the frequency of his 3 hearts. The current Su Yan had gradually grasped the trick and had some experience in controlling this power. "It is time to let you know what a demon is." As his words fell, the terrifying power directly descended. When the tricolored mask appeared, the huge pressure turned into an endless terrifying aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down. If having more people is useful, then what is the point of having experts? Dancing fish dragon sword. At this moment, all of his sword was concentrated in this one sword. The raging power directly turned into a terrifying fish dragon. The fish dragon was extremely ferocious, and its power was natural. At this time, it was as if the fish dragon was a real existence and not an illusion created by his sword aura. At the top of the sky, dark clouds appeared. This sword of Su Yan's actually already started to affect the weather. How is this possible? How can his strength reach this level? At this time, everyone began to feel despair. Such an attack was almost on par with a venerable one. However, how was this possible? How did he do it? However, this was no longer important. Because under Su Yan's attack, everyone was severely injured. Under the sunlight, Su Yan's mask was very strange. How is it? I have already said that if having more people can solve the problem, then what is the point of having experts? Su Yan walked in front of the demon wolf and squatted down. After Su Yan's attack, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. He raised his head and looked at the mask. At this time, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a sea of demons. The demon wolf had never been so frightened in his life. Even when facing a venerable one, he had never felt such despair. However, at this time, he was really afraid. Who the hell are you? Chapter 8:35. Female literature. Now doesn't seem to be the time for you to ask me questions. Su Yan's ghost face had yet to disappear. Initially, he was afraid of ghost face and was afraid of using its power. However, after using it a few times, he seemed to have found a good way to restrain ghost face, which was the regal sword soul. Every time he unleashed the power of the 3 hearts and ghost face appeared, the killing intent in his heart would be awakened. Su Yan knew very well that the desire to kill was the source of Ghostface's awakening. One day, when he could no longer suppress his desire to kill, that would be the time when Grimace would awaken. Today, he realized that if he unleashed the regal sword soul's power, the desire to kill would not swell. The 3 hearts were his power to begin with. If he could control the power, his combat power would be further enhanced. Now that the Regal Sword Codex could restrain the desire to kill, it could not be better. In actual fact, he had noticed a long time ago that he would calm down when he cultivated the Regal Sword Codex. It seemed to be a power that could accommodate hundreds of rivers. Su Yan had always thought that his foundation should be the Regal Sword Codex, and now it seemed like that was the case. Under Su Yan's gaze, Devil Wolf's body began to tremble. Su Yan did not use any mental power at the moment, but he felt a terrifying power invading his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was the most important place for a cultivator. Whenever a body was taken over, it would enter the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Devil Wolf felt that his sea of consciousness began to tremble as if his mind was about to tremble. Damn it, what exactly do you want? At this moment, he forcefully bit the tip of his tongue and abruptly focused his mind once more. He clearly knew that once his mind was taken away, it would be a terrible thing. Tell me, where is he? Su Yan asked. At this moment, Devil Wolf remembered that Su Yan wanted to know about Wang Jingqing. I don't know. We haven't caught him yet. Demon Wolf said. Su Yen chuckled and said, Do you think there's any meaning in lying to me now? Tell me the answer. This is the last chance I'm giving you. He spoke very calmly, without the slightest hint of killing intent. However, it was precisely because of this that this person felt fear. He could already imagine that if he really did not say anything, there would be terrible consequences. However, at this moment, he was still hoping for a fluke. Su Yen said, I remember that there should be a secret technique in your devil sect called the puppet technique. I think you should have heard of it, right? Hearing Su Yan's words, the demonic wolf's pupils suddenly shrank. Naturally, he had heard of the puppet technique. It was a secret technique of the limitless demon sect. However, there weren't many people who could use it. In fact, it could even be said that it had already been lost. He vaguely heard that someone who knew this secret technique had appeared in the limitless demon sect. However, it was just a flash in the pan. Apart from that person, no one in the limitless demon sect knew about this secret technique. However, this young man had actually said it out loud. At this moment, he didn't doubt that Su Yen was lying. This was because Su Yen had given him too much of a shock. His gaze landed on the ghost face once again. At this moment, he finally gave up on the hope in his heart and said, I really don't know. I only know that he left Heavenly Eagle City a few days ago. He might arrive in Heavenly Wolf City in the next few days. That's why Heavenly Wolf City is so guarded. Do you know why he's wanted by the limitless demon sect? If I remember correctly, didn't he betray the Taihang sword faction and become a disciple of the limitless demon sect? I'm not sure about that either. It seems like he stole a certain treasure from Heavenly Eagle City. That's why he's being hunted down. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Between the various city lords, with the exception of an extremely small number of people, almost all of them do things their own way. Hence, I don't know if you want to ask me about this. At this moment, he naturally understood the logic of being on someone's chopping block. The other party seemed to be able to clearly distinguish whether he was lying or not. More importantly, he seemed to have mastered the puppet technique. Although he wasn't sure, he didn't dare to take the risk. This was because his life was at stake. If he lost, he would be in an extremely miserable state. I see. However, why are you so sure that he'll come to Sky Wolf City? This was an extremely strange question. Wang Jingcheng was able to betray the Taihang sword faction without a sound. This was enough to show how terrifying his intelligence was. A person like him would definitely be careful in his actions. He wouldn't leave behind such a loophole. Su Yen didn't believe that this person would be so stupid. I know about this. Actually, it's a very simple matter. He was betrayed by his own people. I heard that he obtained something from the Taihang sword faction. It was something that an important person wanted, but he rejected it. He didn't expect that the person who came into contact with him would betray him. However, this person is quite a character. After he found out that he had been betrayed, not only did he kill the traitor, he even stole the treasures of Heavenly Eagle City and fled. Su Yen was silent for a moment when he heard this. This person had already stolen something from the Taihang sword faction? He didn't know about this. When he was in the Taihang sword faction, no one mentioned this to him. From this, it could be seen that the item he had stolen was extremely valuable. Both Zhang Zhe and Xue Xingchuan chose to remain silent. Now, Su Yen was even more curious. He wanted to know what this person had stolen. Of course, Wang Jingcheng had stolen a treasure from Sky Eagle City, but he was heading towards Sky Wolf City. It seemed like he was also collecting something. Su Yen smiled. There were less than 2 months until Lu Lan's demon ritual. Although 2 months wasn't a long time, it wasn't short either. Moreover, he suddenly felt that if he could find Wang Jingcheng, he would have a better chance of success. Actually, he didn't know why he had such a feeling. However, Su Yen had always trusted his intuition. Very good. I can see that you're not lying. Now, you'll be in charge of finding him for me. Su Yen said directly. The demon wolf roared almost instinctively, That's impossible. He was the man who wanted to become the governor of Sky Wolf City. How could he listen to Su Yan's orders? If that was the case, what was the point of his pursuit? Moreover, he had the support of a powerful figure. If he knew that he was working for Su Yan, he wouldn't be able to survive. Before today, he still had a lot of confidence in himself. However, today he finally recognized the reality. In the eyes of a true powerhouse, he was nothing. In the past, he had only felt the majesty of a venerable one, but he had never truly fought against one. Today, he was already in such a sorry state in the hands of someone who was not even a venerable one. He did not even have the strength to fight back. What about when he faced a venerable one? Now, he knew that it wasn't because he was outstanding that the venerable one valued him. Instead, it was because the venerable one valued him that he became more important and outstanding. However, if he really chose to betray the venerable one, the consequences would be obvious. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Su Yan was still looking at him. At this moment, he suddenly laughed and said, "Looks like you're very afraid of death." Such a mocking voice made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he was already afraid of the previous fight. Not only him, but many of the Dragon Realm powerhouses around him were the same. He could only say helplessly, "Humph, how many people in this world aren't afraid of death?" Su Yan stood up and the surrounding sunlight shone on him. Su Yan said, "You're right. There aren't many people in this world who aren't afraid of death. It's because you're afraid of death that you don't dare to work for me. You're afraid of the person behind you taking revenge. However, you forgot that if I'm unhappy, you'll die now without waiting for the person behind you to take action." As soon as he said the word, die, a wave of spiritual pressure pressed down on him. At this moment, he was almost out of breath. He even felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be crushed. At this time, Demon Wolf couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After the failure, he already knew that this person was very powerful and terrifying. However, he never thought that Su Yan's terror had already reached this level. It was at this moment that a blood-curdling scream was heard. He immediately turned his head and saw that not far from him, a 7-Dragon Realm powerhouse had died. If it was under normal circumstances, to him, death wouldn't be too much of a pressure. However, he was currently under Su Yan's control. Although he was at the peak of the 9-Dragon Realm, at this moment he wasn't much better off than the person beside him. If Su Yan had made up his mind to kill him, then it seemed that only death would be left for him. He understood what Su Yan meant. He was telling him that if he continued to be stubborn, then he would end up like the person in front of him. Just as he was thinking and struggling, this person who was supposed to be dead stood up and walked to his side. At this moment, Mo Lang exclaimed, "Puppet technique." Knowing was one thing, but witnessing it with his own eyes was another. At this moment, he no longer had any wishful thinking. He could only ask helplessly, "Tell me, who are you?" Su Yan smiled lightly and said, "Call me Ghost Face."